We don't have a program for this evening, so we'll go ahead and move on to open forum. Open forum is an open discussion of issues relevant to students. Each person speaking at open forum will have 10 minutes to speak. There is no, we cannot have debate from the body, so you are able to speak for 10 minutes, and please say your name and college. You can go ahead and form a line at the podium. Your time starts when you do.
My area of work and research involves climate and climate change, and I'm here this evening to lend my support to the resolution that is being presented by Climate Reality for you to vote on. The reason why I'm supporting it is because in my research as a climate scientist and in my work for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and on climate reports for the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, it has become very, very clear to me that we need to be making very strong efforts to reduce our emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. There's an IPCC report that was released earlier this week that pointed out the urgency of doing this. They also said that there's still time to take appropriate measures, and supporting Climate Reality's resolution is one important step in that direction. We do have time, but we have to act now. We can't just push this off down the road. Climate change is occurring. Humans have already caused substantial climate change. A lot of extreme weather events we've seen going on around the world in recent years have been due to anthropogenic effects, human effects, causing climate change. We need to act now, and the main way we need to act is to reduce our emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere in any way we can. And so for that reason, based on my experience as a climate scientist, I fully support what Climate Reality is trying to do, and I would ask that you give a positive vote to their resolution. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Even though most of you should know me from the presentation I gave back in February, for those of you who don't, my name is Kylie Howder. I'm a journalism major here at Iowa State, and I am the current editor-in-chief for the Iowa State Daily. In today's national landscape, the media is often portrayed as the enemy. My colleagues and I have received disgusting and horrific messages from individuals within our own student body, including individuals that have served in this Senate before. Many people detest the national media, and while a good amount of this is justified, in the same breath, they are unsupportive of local media like the Daily. Local media ensures that you're informed about what's going on in our communities, the things that directly affect us. Unfortunately, local media, like many businesses, is plagued with financial issues due to the pandemic, declining readership, and those aforementioned hostile attitudes. Luckily, you and your constituents, as well as faculty and staff, have access to independent journalism that is delivered to your inbox every morning. Without the Daily, you wouldn't have known about the complex history behind Iowa State's settlement with a former professor. You wouldn't have known about the ambiguity behind graduate students' classification as employees. You wouldn't have had COVID-19 information about how it's affecting campus right at your fingertips. I want to address some of the different reasons behind voting in favor of the bill that's in front of you today that we have heard at the Daily. There have been some whispers that we haven't been transparent about our financials or that we're purposely hiding them from you, both of which are false. We've clearly fulfilled our contractual agreement to present an overview of where your money is allocated within the Daily. A student government representative whose main responsibilities include serving as a liaison between us as organizations has access to our monthly line item financials and is able to share that with specific individuals in student government as per our contract. If quote unquote greater oversight is the goal you hope to achieve, that's something we indicated we'd be open to discussing. The phrase has been discussed with no real context, and when we agree to greater oversight, I mean in a financial sense and absolutely not in a content sense. You might think it may be ludicrous for me and us to assume that members of the Senate would want oversight over our content, but in fact, we've heard from multiple people that the reasons for some individuals' support of this bills are due to quote-unquote bad coverage. If you disagree with our political views or any coverage that may arise at the Daily, you're welcome and encouraged to write a response that we can then publish. That has always been our stance, and it always will be. In addition, coverage that you do not agree with is not bad coverage. Bad coverage would mean that we had false reporting or inaccuracies, not that you look bad. Some of you have said you'd be voting in favor for this bill because you simply want to renegotiate our contract. you have less money coming in and therefore have less money to give out. That in and of itself is fine, except for the fact that negotiations were on the table before this bill was even introduced. Voting for this bill will do nothing to kickstart or move negotiations along. The only thing that voting for this bill does is try to show us that you have power over us. We have had discussions with President Campbell, President-elect Ludwig, and Finance Director Zastro about our contract and have been nothing but transparent and willing to cooperate, which will continue regardless of whether or not this bill exists or is voted into existence. Kate Keeley, the next editor-in-chief of the Iowa State Daily, has been included in these conversations, so even when I graduate in 5 weeks, you can rest assured that you will have another individual to continue the work happening right now. The only thing that voting for this bill does is create unnecessary tension between us and you. We have said yes to a shortened contract length to scale down the student body enrollment clause. We have asked you to define what greater oversight looks like and have received no definitive answer. There is no reason other than censorship and politicization of the press to cancel this contract. We are two of the most influential student organizations on this campus, and we shouldn't be throwing punches back and forth. We want and always have wanted to work with you. I look at each and every one of you and respect you, and I hope you do the same for myself and my colleagues. I urge you not to vote for this bill and to keep working with us to maintain a relationship of mutual respect to provide a necessary resource for the students that you are here to serve. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Anton Skvorts. I'm a senior in electrical engineering here at Iowa State, and I'm here speaking today in support of the bill that ISU Climate Reality has posed against the boiler transition. Every single problem that faces the transition to renewable energy is one that can be solved with a good group of engineers and a goal. Here at Iowa State University, the Institute of Science and Technology, this is the perfect place to make one of those solutions a reality. I've spent the last year in my electrical engineering senior design group researching a new sustainable technology and seeing how we could incorporate that into Iowa State's campus. This technology targets a part of Iowa State's current infrastructure that has previously been stalling talks about renewable energy on campus, the district heating system, used to heat all of the buildings on campus using steam from the power plant. I was able to see the problem that currently faces us, that forces us to use fossil energy. I found a solution. I've solved problem after problem with my professors and my colleagues, and my dream for my dream has turned into a real-world project proposal that will be submitted to the university. That is what engineering is all about. And I'm not alone. I've spoken about this project with dozens of brilliant professors and colleagues and my inspired student colleagues at this great university. Every single one of those professors and many of the students have the exact same thing to ask me. How do I help? We have hundreds of brilliant engineers at this university who are willing to work to make the transformative change that this world needs. All we need from you, our leaders in student government, is to set that goal. We need the student government of Iowa State to step up and say yes, make a sustainable future happen, and make it a priority. We have the power to create powerful groups of engineers, give them a purpose towards sustainability, and be willing to implement their findings. If you do these things, I guarantee you that every single problem facing our transition to renewable energy will dissolve away. And we're not asking for another quote-unquote sustainability committee that just tells our students to start a compost pile. The Live Green initiative that's going on at Iowa State right now is, quite frankly, a joke. And it's mainly focused on saying, you, the student, yourself, change what you are doing without changing the institute at Iowa State. And that's just not a sustainable way of moving forward. So I call on student government by this bill to send a clear and strong call for renewable energy to this bastion of science. And like it says on the walls in my electrical engineering classrooms in Cooper Hall, the future is what you do. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nick Hunter. I'm a graduate student in the mechanical engineering department. I'm here also in regards to the clean energy generation resolution, but also wanted to say, as a grad student, I also learned that I don't have full benefits because I'm not considered an employee thanks to the Dailies coverage, and I would support whatever resolution is in their favor because even graduate students also rely on that coverage. But I'm here with Climate Reality, but also as a representative of the newly formed AIMS chapter of Science for the People. Our goal is to build and promote social movements and political struggles around progressive and radical perspectives on science and society. A foundational principle of our organization is the understanding that all science is embedded in already existing economic, political, and social systems. And as such, the practice of science cannot be divorced from the historical and cultural forces that have shaped those systems. In other words, practicing science isn't always as objective as we tend to think. I bring all this up because close observation of ISU's decision to increase dependence on fossil fuels reveals how science can be used as a tool to uphold systems of exploitation, oppression, and environmental destruction. This is clearly seen through the facts we are asked to accept and those that are ignored in the justification for ISU's conversion from coal to methane gas-fired boilers. We are asked to accept that ISU embracing another carbon-emitting energy source meets federal and state requirements for permit approval, that ISU does not need to consider the costs of extraction and transportation of methane gas since it happens outside the state of Iowa, that ISU is not required to explore renewable energy alternatives. We are told all this as if it should be comforting, that since all proper steps were followed and all the boxes checked, increasing our dependence on methane gas is okay. But we've come to the student government today to tell you that this rationale is unacceptable, and that this fossil fuel infrastructure project will lock us into years of more greenhouse gas emissions that we cannot afford. We're here to remind you that ISU and Iowa don't exist in a vacuum, and that greenlighting more emissions has far-reaching effects that will contribute to the climate catastrophe we are already living through. Just as we've watched federal legislation to seriously address climate change fail due to obstructionist politicians bought off by the fossil fuel industry, so too would we be watching local governments and institutions fail as they continue the status quo. If we truly appreciate the science and politics behind our ongoing climate crisis, we must consider what is left ignored by the inadequate regulatory framework that would approve more CO2 emissions, because the DNR has in fact confirmed CO2 emissions are predicted to increase from this project. The most recent IPCC report estimates that we have a remaining carbon budget of 500 billion tons of CO2 emissions left if we want just a 50% chance of limiting global heating to 1.5 degrees by 2040. Breaking this down on a per capita basis, this would mean the U.S. is allowed about 1 billion tons of CO2 emissions per year. Currently, our annual emissions are 5 times higher than this limit. If it is not already apparent how significant this is, consider that the entire continent of Africa is responsible for just 3% of cumulative carbon emissions, yet is already experiencing the worst effects of the changing climate. Over 5 million people were displaced from their homes in sub-Saharan Africa in recent years due to the increased frequency of heat waves and droughts. And it's estimated that 30 million people were displaced from their homes due to climate change in 2019 alone, virtually all from the global south. Even here in North America, a heat wave scientists say would have been virtually impossible without human-induced climate change killed hundreds of people in the Pacific Northwest last summer. The obvious fact that every ton of CO2 emitted into the atmosphere contributes to more warming cannot be stressed enough. At the current 1.1 degree temperature rise above pre-industrial levels, we are already experiencing climate breakdown. The climate crisis is here, and ISU operating with a business-as-usual attitude is not good enough anymore. Accepting the idea of methane gas being a necessary transition fuel is a greenwashed myth we cannot be fooled by. This is especially true for wealthy, industrialized nations like ours, where there is abundant access to cheap, renewable energy technologies. By continuing to invest in fossil fuel infrastructure, which will still contribute a disproportionate amount of carbon relative to the rest of the world, ISU is upholding a racist and imperialist economic system that says our consumption and our pollution will not be challenged, and we don't care about the consequences for others. We're deciding that it's okay to continue using up more of the remaining carbon budget than we deserve. Considering all this, the decision to continue reliance on the volatile commodity of methane gas should be inconceivable. In a rational world, it should be unthinkable that given the opportunity to transform our campus's energy infrastructure to readily available renewable energy technologies that would pay for themselves, ISU chooses not to. There's no doubt we have the innovators here on campus ready to help make the transition to a renewable energy-powered campus possible, as already explained by Anton. We ask that our student government consider the global impact of decisions made here in Ames, Iowa. Passing this clean energy generation resolution should be the baseline expectation of a student government that recently passed a declaration of climate emergency and climate commitment plan. As ISU students who will be consuming this proposed fossil energy, our voices must be loud in opposing this project, and our actions must be louder. The scale of the crisis confronting us demands collective action that will pressure those in power to make the right decisions. Now is the moment for the student government to do their part. Thank you for giving me the time with you all to speak today.
Hello, my name is Abigail Moser, and as long as everyone can see me over this podium, I would like to thank you all for having this open forum so we can have a chat about this. And it is well enough time that we've had a chat about the climate emergency that we are in. So Iowa State's transition from fracked gas to coal, it seems like the logical next step as a stepping stone solution. The reality is we have 12 years to reduce 60% of our emissions to avoid 1.5 degrees Celsius. We have 12 years, and Iowa State is making a $16 million investment in a 20 to 40-year facility. Iowa State does not have any plans to consider or even look at renewable energy system integration on campus or investing in it outside of campus until 2030. So if we have 12 years, we're out of time. This isn't politics anymore. This is math. And that's scary because no one likes math. But that's what it is. When looking at the asset of fracked gas, it is a stranded asset. According to multiple reports by the Wall Street Journal, a natural gas or fracked gas is a stranded asset where it will become worth absolutely nothing regardless of the initial investment or continued investment in it. So essentially what Iowa State is doing right now is throwing money into a hole, and whose money is it? It's ours. The state provides funding to Iowa State, to the Board of Regents, who then distribute it amongst the regent institutions. Currently, Iowa State students pay for the vast majority of everything here we see on campus. They treat us like their customers. And as their customers, we have to tell them that we are not satisfied with their incredible mediocre performance. By 2025, Iowa State only plans to have 6% of renewables on campus, 6%. And that includes purchasing electricity from the grid, which is something that we can do to aid in from the wind farms that are up north, but that's not good enough because we are still producing over 90% of our own electricity from fossil fuels. Iowa State is in a very unique position where they have this opportunity to divest in fossil fuels and move to a more productive solution. And the reality of fossil fuels is that they're just not economically viable anymore. We know that as a stranded asset, it is worth literally nothing, especially after within the 10 years of operation of this 20 to 40-year facility. Iowa State is throwing away your money, it is throwing away my money, whereas it could be investing in so much more. Iowa State has this fantastic opportunity to utilize its professors who have dedicated their entire lives to researching the renewables and integration. Renewables, even without government subsidies, are still the cheapest production of electricity regardless. They beat out fossil fuels every single time, especially solar. And Ames is building a solar farm and already has a lot of installation, and this is an opportunity to work with Ames. And I'm sure, as some of you know, the Ames City Council has passed a resolution to move forward and reduce Ames's net emissions. What Ames City Council does not know is that Iowa State University has not been honest with them about our emissions. Iowa State's facility that they are going to build and add on to with these transition of these boilers is going to produce more emissions than they initially reported. They are fooling the city of Ames, and they are fooling themselves if they think that this is remotely acceptable. To lie to their students, to lie to the faculty, to lie to themselves. I implore you to support this. It is incredibly important that we move now. We can't have any more, we'll do it tomorrow. We can't have any more, we need future action. We need action now. Iowa State administration claims that it has no support from the students on renewable energy systems. They say they have no interest, they don't care. But that's not true. We care about the future of Iowa State, and we care about our future. And the reality of our future is that we don't have a lot of time to avoid massive catastrophe. And I'm sure you can hear the word catastrophe, emergency thrown around over and over and over. It's like that person who keeps sending you emails marked important, and it's just one sentence that they could have texted you. But this is an emergency. Scientists around the world are screaming. The IPCC panel is made up of scientists from every single country, and they all got in one room, and they agreed that this is an emergency. This is one of the very few things that every single person has unanimously agreed on. If you get that many people around, in this room, how many things can you unanimously agree on? I'm sure there are very few, but this is something that they agreed on, and they put out the report. And our own, Iowa State's own Professor Gutowski was one of the people on that report. So I know he's not here, but I did want to thank him for coming today and giving his 2 cents about this. But Iowa State is making a massive investment choice. They are planning to have $6.5 million in savings that they plan to use on the boiler transition. So from that save money, i.e. money that does not exist yet, they're planning to spend it on that. But the volatility of natural gas or fracked gas as an asset is so volatile and depends on the world's climate. And currently we know right now that the world is in crisis with Ukraine. So every dollar we spend, we are dependent on everything else going around us, when the reality is Iowa State has the people to make it happen, to move to a cleaner, renewable energy resource. We are tired of hearing them say that they can't do it because they haven't tried. And it's our time now to tell them that they just aren't trying. Passing this resolution is incredibly important. We don't want more committees. We want action. They have the people to do it, they know how to do it, and they just don't think we care. Tell them you care today. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Manish, a graduate student in the Mechanical Engineering Department, and I'm here in the favor of the bill proposed by ISU Climate Reality and condemning boiler transition and investing in clean energy. So I understand that the boiler transition, or the aim or the motive of the boiler transition, was to transition away from coal and reduce our emissions, but As specified by the Iowa Department of Natural Resources, the boiler transition will increase nitrogen oxides emissions, volatile organic compounds, and CO2 emissions from the boilers that would harm the people living in Ames. And the emissions increase is within the limits specified by the Iowa DNR, but the outdated limits do not reflect the urgency that the climate crisis demands. I call on the student government to condemn the boiler transition and tell the ISU administration to invest in clean energy because to reduce the effects of climate change. And climate change is already affecting Iowa in many ways, such as increased precipitations, higher temperatures, public health effects, etc. And this transition will increase the CO2 emissions annually by a significant amount, 29,924 tons. The increased CO2 emissions are going to worsen the negative effects of climate change, which are precipitation increases leading to chances of flooding, crop and livestock productivity affected due to the worst agriculture challenges, and an increase in heart and lung diseases along with asthma and allergies in the affected people. And the affected people here are the complete Ames community. And it might be beneficial in a short time to invest in natural gas rather than coal, but in the long run, it is going to have much larger negative impact on the environment. And we know that methane is a greenhouse gas, which is 25 times more potent than CO2. And it also affects the nearby communities as they become easy victims of fracking and get exposed to excessive harmful substances. And by investing in the boiler transition, we are indirectly approving these deadly consequences of fracking. It is not in the best interest of the economy, health, and welfare of the people that they get exposed to such large amounts of emissions which are harmful to their bodies. Let us take the example of the Winterset tornado that struck Madison County on 6th March and killed 6 people. It is very unfortunate that some communities are exposed to the harsh effects of climate change and are rendered helpless in these times. Some people have to bear the burden, but they did nothing to worsen the climate. The big corporations emit large amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere and don't do enough to reduce the emissions. We, as concerned citizens, have the power to stop these companies from ruining the climate by stopping their increased reliance on fossil fuels. We can help protect the citizens of Iowa from extreme climatic conditions by disregarding fossil fuels. If urgent climate actions are not taken, these extreme weather conditions will be more frequent and affect many Iowans. We must leave a healthier planet for future generations. We cannot simply procrastinate taking climate actions, as the climate is going to get worse soon. In the words of IPCC's recent report, global warming reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius in the near term would cause unavoidable increases in multiple climate hazards and present multiple risks to ecosystems and humans. And the recent war-like situations exemplifies another reason for diverting from fossil fuels, and the effect of the present situation of Russia and Ukraine on global energy prices has emphasized that energy independence is still a dream. This dream can be achieved by holding corporations responsible for urgently reducing their reliance on fossil fuels. The President of the USA, Joe Biden, has also focused on building more clean energy infrastructure. He says that this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. And it should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. I respectfully ask everyone to support in the favor of the bill and to think of the future of Iowa before finalizing your decision. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just a heads up, I'm a writer and journalist, not a public speaker, so bear with me. My name is Catherine or Kate Keeley. I currently serve as the managing editor for the Iowa State Daily. I've spent the last 2 years observing student government's work, so I want to take this time to share the work of our organization. Every day we produce a dose that contains at least 4 news stories, 2 sports articles, a lifestyles or limelight article, and an opinion. These vary from day to day, but all these articles come from reporters and editors, and most of all, they are always students. We hold these reporters to the same standards any publication would to provide students with real work experience. We expect our journalists to conduct interviews, shoot photos, be well-informed in AP style, research, investigate, edit, fact-check, and of course, write. All this takes a lot of time. As a freshman, I was spending at least 25 hours a week on producing 1 to 2 articles a week. I wasn't ever paid, and when I covered controversial topics, I often woke up with a nasty email in the morning. But time and the controversies are all part of the job of a journalist. As an editor, though, you have content goals that you must meet every day. For example, the news desk must produce at least 4 articles every day. Coming from a former politics editor, I can assure you producing articles Sunday through Thursday with sources and that are well-rounded is not an easy task to achieve. Nonetheless, we do it all year long. It is rare that the 3 managing editors, Sierra, our editor-in-chief Kylie, and myself ever are off the clock by 11 p.m., or before 11 p.m., excuse me. It is not uncommon that we pull all-nighters to ensure you can wake up with a dose packed with campus, state, and national news, coverage of all sports, and entertainment. As I'm sure student government mutually experience, it's easy to take our job for granted. That's okay, we don't need thanks or approval for the work we do, but we do need your support, specifically financial support. I need everyone in this room to understand all those student journalists sitting in the back of the room can't continue to serve the public without student government's funding. Our payment while working for the Daily is a monthly stipend that is less than my monthly rent of $500. On top of being students, some of our editors, including myself, also work second jobs. My staff works harder than my words as a journalist can even articulate. So when voting, please be mindful of the work we do every day and realize that your decision on this vote will determine if Iowa State becomes the only Regent University without a student press. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Bellinson. I'm the sports editor for the Iowa State Daily. I'm going to share the same opinions as my editor-in-chief, Kylie, and our future editor-in-chief, Kate Keeley, shared. I'm here on behalf of the Iowa State Daily because I love this organization, and this student government needs to show its support for it. As Kylie mentioned, I know that the national media gets a bad rap for its bias and not telling the stories of people, in the communities that they serve. I would challenge anyone in this room to find another paper, another journalistic entity in Ames and, frankly, in Iowa that covers Iowa State and this community as much as we do. There is no one, and I mean no one, that works harder than this staff. And it is really upsetting to me that, as Kate mentioned, we have people working till 1 a.m. very early in the morning, working to make sure that the product that we put out is acceptable to the student body and to make sure that we're serving them accurately. And if you vote for this bill, you're telling us that we don't matter and that our work doesn't matter. And that, to me, is very upsetting. I've worked at this organization for 4 years, and I've loved it. And the fact that we've even gotten to this point, it shows that times have certainly changed, but the work that we do is still valuable. And I hope that this student government recognizes that, because Kate is 100% right. Our staff, I might be a little biased because I work with them every day, but they're some of the best people I've ever known, and I hope that they continue to get support from the student government, because it's not just a job for people, and I hope that you all recognize that. So please do not vote for this bill. Please continue to support our work, and I would encourage you to think hard about your decision. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Moman. I'm a junior in journalism, and I'll also be the editor-in-chief of the Daily this summer. A lot of my colleagues have reiterated that, this paper is more than a paper for a lot of us. It's quite literally our second home. I have started my time at the Daily my second semester of my freshman year at Iowa State, and I can't count how many times I've been up pulling all-nighters for this paper, but not because I want any notoriety or I want an agenda, but I care about what content and what this university needs to know. And you guys wouldn't have known the reasons, you won't be informed if you don't have a student paper anymore. And it's just important. But also, on another hand, that's very, very important, is if you defund us, you're also taking away the experience that these students will have the chance. I can say for sure that I'll have a secure future because of the experience that I got from the Daily. The work that I did at the Daily helped me get an internship at the Des Moines Register. The work that I did at the Daily helped me get an internship at Carroll. And I can say with complete certainty that I will be getting a job because of the work that I did at the Daily, because of the work I did at the Register, and because of the work I did at Carroll. But if this bill goes through, I can't give that certainty to the next generation of students. And you're going to be compromising the education and experience of student journalists because they are students. They're not here to screw you over. They're here to learn, and they're here to gain experience just like all of you. So, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jaden Shahan, sophomore in Ag Engineering. I'm here to speak on the bill presented by Jennifer Seth in Climate Reality. I ask for you to vote in favor of this bill, and I'll first begin by explaining a little bit of background of the technical aspects of the 5 boilers. Iowa State has a power plant that provides 100% of heating and cooling and the majority of the electricity for campus. It has 5 boilers, 3 natural gas, and 2 coal boilers. During the summer, 3 of these boilers are used. In the winter, up to 4 are used. And during the spring and fall, only 2 are used. And recently, also, I love the Daily, Mary Rankin, our sustainability director, was quoted in the Daily with the following quotes. She says, "I really don't want sustainability to be sort of that thing we did at Iowa State or that thing we did in college." She also is quoted as saying, "The Live Green initiative was introduced 14 years ago and has made substantial advancements in reducing Iowa State's emissions, shifting to renewable energy sources, and reducing landfill waste." I believe that is flagrant greenwashing, if not an outright lie. I don't know where any of that, especially the shifting to renewable energy, could come from. In Iowa State's sustainability plan that Mary Rankin likes to talk about a lot, and many people at Iowa State like to talk about a lot, it only goes up to 2025, so it's expiring in the next 3 years. And in the bill, the only renewable energy aspect that is inside our sustainability plan at the moment is to purchase RECs. RECs are renewable energy credits, and these are legal receipts and legal bragging rights for Iowa State to say that the electricity they purchase, so this only covers the energy that Iowa State purchases from the grid, allows them to legally say that is all renewable energy. This is, in fact, outright false, even though they say in their strategic plan this strategy would result in primarily renewable electricity being purchased for the ISU campus. Iowa State purchases electricity from MISO, which is an organization across 15 states that takes generation from all sorts of types. I believe it's roughly 50% fossil fuels and 50% renewable energy sources. And so it's a mix. Iowa State is purchasing a mix and calling it 100% renewable energy. And to me, this is akin to, if we compare it to meat, a mix of vegan and real animal meat being mixed together, then Iowa State buying a mix of that meat and saying, and the legal rights to say this is 100% vegan. Ethical vegans would not stand for that within the food industry or agricultural industry. So I ask, why would we stand for this greenwashing and almost, I believe, complete dishonesty in our energy production? Also, as in the whereas clauses in the bill say, student government has previously supported climate action, and in that bill is quoted, Iowa State University should be committed to reducing fossil fuel use and taking steps to shut down the coal and natural gas burners at the power plant on campus. And so our new bill now is denouncing this specific action of something student government has already pushed against. There's, I believe, widespread student support. Climate Reality has a petition with all these same asks as the bill. It has 475 signatures. 320 of those are verified. Iowa State emails, and there's more from people who didn't list their email or listed their personal email. Iowa State likes to say we're one of the better colleges, and they list 3 peers that Iowa State themselves calls are the University of Illinois, Urbana, Ohio State, and Michigan State. I don't believe Iowa State has any further plans in the 2025 sustainability plan. However, Ohio State has committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2050. So is University of Illinois, Urbana, and Michigan State. University of Illinois, Urbana has committed to 15% clean energy by 2030. Michigan State has committed to 40% clean energy by 2030. And just in 2017, so this is 5 years ago, Michigan State created a $2.5 million solar carport, which provides 5 to 8% of their university's energy at max performance. They are also currently building a 20 megawatt solar farm. Iowa State is also building a solar farm that's 0.9 megawatts, severely reduced, nowhere near what its peers are doing. And the IPCC calls for a 43% reduction of carbon emissions by 2030 to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Ames city has also committed to 83% reduction by 2030 if Iowa State continues their current sustainability plan as mathematically impossible to achieve. The consultants Ames, as the city hired, did a citywide analysis, which includes Iowa State, and they predicted it would cost roughly $2.4 billion to reach this 83% reduction with a $1.5 billion in savings. If you want some numbers, many people ask what it costs. We don't know exactly because Iowa State refuses to hire consultants to look into it. And this $1.5 billion in savings does not include a carbon tax, which I believe will be implemented sometime in the future. And so as we take on a 20 to 40-year commitment on new natural gas boilers, when we already have 3 on campus that provide most of the power campus needs, carbon tax and future legislation may make this even more harmful decision by Iowa State. And I'll end by saying Iowa State should be the leader in innovation for Iowa, and they should be researching and implementing all the advanced clean energy they can to give to Iowa. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Byung Byung. I major in both English and journalism, and I'm the current politics editor for The Daily. Some of you guys might recognize me from just sitting back there most Wednesdays. But I feel like I need to bring to attention what we had just seen play out in front of us. We had individuals both in favor and the individual not, or in favor of and individuals not in favor of the energy-related bill coming up today, both expressing their support for The Daily, which I feel should paint a picture for you guys that we are not very biased. Our service is first and foremost to the students as opposed to some agenda, as some may assume us to believe. I hold the same beliefs as Amber had brought up, that The Daily gives us a lot of opportunities. This is my first year with The Daily, and I managed to get an internship in Carroll, which I did not manage, which I would not have expected my first year in journalism to give me this opportunity, but I myself have seen the doors of The Daily opens for me. I would like to ask you guys to consider deeply your decision on voting on this bill and the implications that are carried with this bill. As one of us had already pointed out, as Kate had pointed out, we will be the only Regent University without funding for a paper. And with the reputation that The Daily has, that's a pretty heavy decision. And it's a pretty big statement it stands to take as a university. So I ask you guys to vote no in regard to reconsidering our financial agreement. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Maness, and I'm the president of Climate Reality Campus Corps, the student activist group here at Iowa State that is pushing for this resolution going through the bill today. And if I can just offer a little bit of 2 cents on what's going on with the ISU Daily. Admittedly, I don't know the exact details, but I do know from my experience of the ISU administration and the Board of Regents stifling our voice and not allowing us to speak. The ISU Daily did come through and allow our story to still be told, and people on the university were able, or in the university were still able to know what happened. I had multiple faculty members come up to us and know about our movement because of ISU Daily. And if they said a statement that maybe painted you in a poor light, I would say possibly consider taking that as constructive criticism of what you could do better to raise awareness for student government, because I myself don't know an exceedingly high amount about student government. So I think that more can be done to raise a little bit of awareness for student government just in your own hands. First, I wanted to just kind of thank all of my members that spoke today. They make me proud every single time that we do something like this, we do any type of action. We stand firm in our beliefs, and we come forth with great arguments, passion, and I definitely appreciate them for stepping out of their comfort zone time and time again, and just proving that we need this movement and we need this transition now to clean energy. And I would invite you to take some inspiration from them, because they inspire me every single day. I just wanted to quickly highlight something. I'm sure that there's going to be questions about where's the funding coming from. So quickly, it's an entirely internally funded program. So from the 16 million, 9 million are coming from internal university funds, and 3.9 million of that is anticipated savings from switching from coal to fracked gas. And like Abby highlighted, we can't really depend on those savings, seeing as we are currently experiencing crisis in the world, and these prices are skyrocketing because it is a volatile asset, and we see it time and time again. Prices spike, and we cannot anticipate those spikes. The other 7 million comes from utilities funds. Another thing that I would like to highlight is that 90% of our funding, and I was told this from faculty at ISU, comes from student tuition. Not the state, student tuition. Your pockets, my pockets. We fund what you see on campus. And so therefore, it is well within our right to hold our decision makers accountable, to use that money in a way that aligns with the type of future that we want to see. So senators, what kind of future do you want to see? And what kind of future does the student body that you represent want to see? I don't know how many of you speak to the general public about this, but we do every single week. We're striking in front of Beard Shear. We have meaningful conversations with our peers. We listen to their concerns. We educate them on the things that they might not have known about climate change and renewable energy. And we brainstorm so many solutions about the crisis that faces us all. And the resounding conclusion is, why aren't we transitioning to clean energy? And why are we investing in a fuel source that, as you've heard, isn't economically viable, is obviously not environmentally sound, and is extremely detrimental from a social perspective? In the current sustainability plan, ISU has a plan of and I quote, striving to bring a creative mindset and unique solutions to the grand challenges of our local and global communities. ISU will be recognized for its distinctive approach to environmental, social, economic, and cultural sustainability, and meeting the needs of society with integrity. Beautiful statement. And that's the ISU that I go to school at. That's the ISU that I'm proud of, that statement right there. That's not the ISU that I see currently, because depending on fossil fuels cannot inherently be acting with integrity. To disregard the suffering that the people in fracking communities experience from the disproportionate and extended exposure they have to severe toxins and earthquakes produced from fracking is not ensuring the needs of society are met with integrity. I know a lot of us are young, and so we don't have children of our own yet, but I invite you to imagine what it would be like to sit in a hospital with your child while they are suffering from the the effects of pollution that have caused them to have a severe asthma attack, where they are now connected to a ventilator and they are being helped to breathe every single breath that they take through a machine. Can you imagine what it would feel like to be a parent and watch your child and just hope that they don't stop breathing? Please let their chest continue to rise and fall. Please don't let this be their last breath that they take. And that's a fight that those children should not have to endure. But they are having to because they are being disproportionately subjected to this unfair treatment. And the government allows fracking to be exempt from several laws, like the Safe Drinking Water Act, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, and Toxic Substance Control Act. This allows for levels of arsenic and inorganic constituents to be found in their drinking water, and high levels of unsafe levels of benzene and volatile organic compounds to be found in their air that they breathe. And as a parent, the things that you can at least hope is that you can provide clean air and water to your children. That is the bare minimum. And for you to not even be able to provide that to your child, can you think about how inferior they feel and how powerless these people feel? So are we okay with considering these people as expendable bodies and allowing them to suffer while we choose an energy source that we don't have to transition to because we have the infrastructure to be able to choose better? We are in a place and in a time where we can make the right decision. And by allowing ISU to fund this operation, we are allowing our university to be a direct vehicle for this suffering and environmental racism. So from a few statements from members in facilities planning and management, they've said that, quote, "The investment we are going to make for the boiler transition is not a major investment or not a major infrastructure investment. It will not preclude us on year 8, 10 down the road from making that kind of change." He means implementing clean energy or electrification when that kind of technology is available. "We will be just as well positioned then," he means at the end of this projected payback period, which is 2029, "as we are now to make major changes." Two things from that quote. First, that individual admitted that we are well positioned right now, and I would argue we are the best positioned because the university has to make a transition right now, no matter what. It's not a question of are we going to transition, it's what are we going to transition to. Second, ISU anticipates waiting 8 to 10 years to implement this infrastructure, which is absolutely unacceptable. To put that into perspective, the entire city of Des Moines will be run on 100% clean electricity 24/7 by 2035, and Iowa State doesn't even anticipate starting a transition to clean energy until 2030. Can't happen. From a peer-reviewed scholarly journal, natural gas competes with investment with green energy technology, slowing their development and distracting politicians and the public from developing a long-term sustainability or sustainable energy policy. And I can't agree more with that statement. So I've heard from many senators that you may be hesitant because you fear that this is possibly out of the scope of your boundaries or the power that you may have at this university. And I sincerely caution you against that line of thinking in any aspect of your life, but especially in these aspects where you are in a place to hold power. Please always know that you are strong and that you have power and you deserve to be heard, especially when you are standing for what you believe in. If anybody is being overly ambitious, it is
30
the
seconds.
university. It is the university that emits over 300,000 tons per year with little to no regard to public health and their students or the fracking communities from which they get the fuel. It is the university that does not heed the warnings and suggestions and findings of climate scientists, even those that are professors at this school. This is your opportunity to stand up against blatant injustice and rampant misuse of power and privilege. And I invite you to use your courage and show your courage and vote in favor of
Your
this
time
bill.
has expired.
Thank you.
Is anyone else here for open forum this evening? Please approach the podium if so. All right. Seeing no more, we'll go ahead and move on to adopting the agenda for this evening. Is there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda? Speaker Weathers.
I move to add 2021-3-031F to the bottom of new business.
It's been moved and seconded to move 2021-3-031F to the bottom of new business. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, that's been added to the bottom of new business. Any other additions or changes to tonight's agenda? Your second? Right, seeing no objections, tonight's agenda is adopted. Moving on to the approval of minutes from last week. Is there a motion to approve last week's minutes? Any objection? Right, seeing none. Last week's minutes are approved. Going on to committee reports, starting with Speaker Weathers with Rules Committee.
All right, Rules had its last meeting. Everyone had their last meeting, and no surprise there. And we looked at a bunch of bills. Some of them we previewed, everything under new business. We didn't formally see as a committee, but we did look over it. So individual senators who are in Rules Committee have thoughts, but the committee as a whole doesn't. But we looked at 2021-3-039SO, starting with the financial agreement. That was sent no bias with a vote of 3 to 1 to 0. There's a lot of discussion, but we just wanted it to hit the floor. I think there's one amendment on there, and that just clarifies what's actually happening in the bill. I think it's making the language more accurate to what's in the contract itself, what we're allowed to do. Then we also had the Finance and Rules Joint Revision of Section 3. That's a bill that came about as the result of a joint meeting between Rules and Finance, where we reviewed Chapter 5 of the bylaws, which is now Section 3 of the rules. Those are all the rules that govern, or at least they are some of the rules that govern the finance procedures, Finance Committee. And that was sent favorably via unanimous consent. And then we have Senator Mahoney's Section 2 of the rules revision. That's from bylaw review, just nothing too contentious in that. Mostly just updating, making the rules better. And so that was sent favorably via UC, no contention there. Some changes to be made to the Chapter 9 bill you see in new business, but we'll talk about that when we get there. And I don't have anything else unless anyone has questions.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Finance Committee with Finance Director Zastrow.
Bills were sent to Senate. All of them were favorably, except for the Chapter 9 changes, which were sent no bias because the committee had not seen those too long prior. They didn't have a chance to review them. Like Speaker Weather said, we do have a small change on the Chapter 9 revisions bill. The bill that's being added, correcting a math mistake, that is something in the big picture bill, I just, instead of calculating 6% of our total income, I accidentally calculated 6.3%. I don't know how that happened. I was probably working with an earlier version of our income and then just never rechecked it. So that is something that is just, fixing a math error, exactly like the title says. I'd like to thank everybody who came in for open forum. Very articulate. Really appreciate all the insight into your organizations and the purposes that you bring to, student advocacy is so important to the success of this group. So really appreciate it. If there are any questions on how finance bills were sent or why they were sent, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I will let you all read the update. Thank you.
We'll move on to Public Relations Committee with Director of Marketing Garvin.
Evening, everyone. Just a quick thank you to everyone that took time out of their day to table today. It was a success. There was people there every single hour, so thank you for that. My last newsletter will go out either Friday or Monday. I'm just depending on when I get that finished. Please don't rush out of here at the end of Senate. I would like to take a picture of everyone outgoing. And then I was going to say this during closing, but I have a feeling a lot of people will be speaking. But I just want to say that it's been a great time working with each and every one of you. And for those of you who are graduating or just not a part of student government next year, I just wish you the best of luck in everything that you do.
Moving on to Diversity and Inclusion Committee with Director Booman. Is she here this evening? All right, we'll go to Vice Chair Adegarla.
Hi, everyone. Last week we had our last meeting, and we're just wrapping up all our project reports and meeting with each of our members for our last touch-up meeting and just wrapping up all our work.
Move on to Student Initiatives Committee with Senator Seth.
Howdy, everyone. I'll keep this brief. We've got a lot going on, and I want to be respectful of that. So Student Initiatives Committee had its second to last meeting on Monday, so we're going to be meeting next Monday, I know. But we do have an event next week that y'all should come to. That's probably my biggest part of my update. The Campus Safety Walk will be next Thursday, starting at 8 p.m. We'll be meeting out in front of the fountain outside, the Fountain of the Four Seasons or whatever it's called, to do the safety walk. So please come and just spend some time working with facilities planning and management and other ISU administration people to note some issues with safety on our campus. And then finally, I guess the only other thing I'll say is that Wolfson Wellness is coming up towards the end of April. It'll be the week before prep week, so keep that on your calendars. You definitely don't want to miss out on petting the ISU PD dogs. They're very cute, and they're very lovable, and there will be donuts. That is all.
All right, no one is here for Local Affairs Committee this evening, so we'll move on to Sustainability. Is anyone on Sustainability Committee who would like to share an update? All right. With that, we'll move on to comments from the Student Government Advisor with Sophia.
Okay, hello everyone. You officially made it to your last meeting. Just because you made it to your last meeting does not mean you are finished. You do have to see this through, so please open your ears, listen to what everyone is saying, think about what your constituents, whether you've talked to them about, and I hope you have a good meeting. I also feel like a lot of people are going to say things at the end, so I hope you all have if you are returning, see you soon. If you are not returning, thank you for a good year. It has been a pleasure to advise all of you. And as one final thing, downstairs in the art gallery is currently the Focus Grant exhibit. That is something that student government directly funds through allocations. So if you would like to go and take a look at some of the really cool art that students on campus have made, I would highly recommend that you go down and take a look. It's open from 10 a.m. to 4, Monday through Friday, and then on Sunday from 1 to 4, and it's there until April 25th. I'm looking at the flyer now. So also, this is going to be my last plug to all of you. If you have not picked up your t-shirt, please do.
We'll go to the judicial branch. Is there a representative here from the judicial branch?
I'll keep this brief, but essentially what's been new with the judicial branch is we've moved our meetings to Tuesdays now, so we should be able to have a member of the judicial branch here on Wednesdays for the full Senate meeting. And the other thing we're doing is we're just transitioning into figuring out how to better train our justices and going into court operations and how we want to move forward on that.
Lastly, moving on to comments from the executive branch with President Campbell for the final time.
Good evening, everyone. To first address, this is the last time I'll be addressing you all with the executive update from the weekly report. Thanks for your time. I also want to say thank you for everyone in attendance here. Thank you for your engagement on campus. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the facts you seek out and what you bring to others. So thank you for being here. A few updates from a student government perspective from the executive branch. Tomorrow is the final Board of Regents meeting that Vice President Decker and myself will attend. It is here in Ames at the Iowa State Alumni Center, and the new President-elect Jacob Ludwig and Vice President-elect Jaden will also be joining us, along with our Director of Government Relations, Will Feicht. This past Monday, Director Poundstone and Director Garman planned an incredible day at the county. We learned a lot about local government, which is something that I was relatively unfamiliar with, and they did a phenomenal job planning it. So they'll have plans for that for next year to continue to share about local government with our members of student government and the student body. to comment a bit, very briefly, on the bill up tonight for the Iowa State Daily contract. I just want to let you know that discussions have been going on for periods of time. The Daily is very open and willing to work with us, and that's happening already. We want you to be considerate that they are a professional operating entity, and we should be too. And they deserve our professional respect, and we should treat this contract as all that it is in its terms, a professional binding contract. So with that being said, I would just encourage you to think about stability from an organizational funding perspective, and I have additional comments I may share later, and also would refer you to the statement that was sent out on behalf of myself, Vice President Decker, and Finance Director Mason Zastro last week. A few final items. We have had our final meetings with President Wendy Winterstein and Dean Sharon Evans this past week. The Memorial Union Advisory Board and the Student Advisory Board is wrapping up. There's some good information in the executive update in the Campbell Scoop about specifics that were discussed about renovations. The floors 4, 5, and 6 should be opening up in the near future, and the scaffolding on the east side of the building will be taken away for a short period of time until new projects begin. I talked about this 2 weeks ago. We were in Washington, D.C. last week for student government, but Reimagine LAS, the initiative that's going on to help alleviate financial concerns within the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. The dean, please reach out if you have questions. I believe that President-elect Jacob Ludwig has mentioned future LAS senators, and then himself and Vice President-elect Jaden will also be in conversations with that if you would like to be part of those. And the final two things I'd like to share with you tonight would be, please refer to a proposal about an executive initiative that Vice President Decker and I have been working on with Mason these past couple days. This is our allotment of the $5,000 that we're given as the executive slate to disperse, and it'll be going to SHOP as well as a collaboration for mini grants with learning communities on campus to foster community for incoming students both at the freshman and transfer level. And finally, so a week from yesterday is inauguration. I know many of you will be in attendance. We were really looking forward to it. There's been a lot of preparation that's gone into this event, and I would encourage you, if you were able to RSVP, please do honor that commitment. We're looking forward to seeing you there, and we'll really be excited for that event. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. It's been an honor to serve as your president this year, and I wish you all the best. Let's have a great meeting tonight.
All right, with that, we'll move on to External Matters General Orders 2021-3-028F, funding a gender-neutral bathroom in Lead Recreation Center with Senator Claiborne.
Yeah, I will have Rachel introduce themselves at the podium so everyone can see who I've been working closely with for the last 2 years, and then I will give my opening statement.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Excuse me. My name is Rachel Bainick. I use they and she pronouns, and I work in the Senior Vice President for Student Affairs Office. I'm the Director of Administrative Services, which essentially means I do a lot of finance and operations stuff, so I won't bore you with the details. But the important part for y'all is that I am authorized on behalf of our office tonight to support the gender-neutral restroom bill, specifically to the tune of $37,000. So we will be more than matching whatever student government can contribute to the project, and I believe if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them when Kit is done.
Okay, for people who don't know, I'm just going to do a little background for my opening statement. On September 27, 2020, I was tasked to reach out to Department of Residence and the Memorial Union to see the presence of gender-neutral bathrooms and menstrual hygiene dispensers. After much discussion with these two entities, I focused on my attention on rec services. I toured all 3 recreational facilities and saw a trend that needed to be addressed. There were not enough resources in Lead Recreation Center. State Gym currently has 5 gender-neutral bathrooms, Fire Hall has 2, and Lead Rec has none. This is when the project started. I met with Rec Services multiple times to see the best fit for this bathroom. Recreation Services decided to put in the existing women's locker room. This location was confirmed after much debate about equity issues relating to removing space in the women's locker room and not the men's. The decision was made after seeing that this portion of the locker room was not used. From here, I was involved in many meetings and decisions about the bathroom. I have worked with Rachel throughout this whole process. After much silence due to financial issues, Rachel emailed me on March 24th of this year to let me know that the Office of Student Affairs would contribute the rest of the financials to the bathroom. In the bill, I've also attached a letter from Student Affairs committing to the rest of the amount for physical proof. Then I wrote the bill, and here we are now. I also just wanted to clarify who this bathroom is for. It is not just for those who are non-binary and or don't want to go to gender-specific bathrooms while they work out. This is for families who have members that are wheelchair-bound or those who need to get away from the crowds at sporting events with children. I encourage all of you to vote yes and help me change the university for the better. I know that we are in a money crunch, and this seems like a lot of money to put down for one thing, but the benefits of this bathroom will be influential to many individuals across many years. Thank you.
Senator Rulli?
I wanted to move the finance committee amendments.
Is there a second? Go into a discussion period on the finance committee amendments.
Just updating the totals, adding the whereas clauses. I don't know if they want to speak more on those, not self-explanatory, those two memos. Also, the other thing is updating the totals that 64,767,000. That's not changing any from the student government. That's just getting more actual total.
All right, is there any more discussion on the finance committee amendments? Question has been called for. Is there a second? All right, we'll go into a voting period. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to adding the finance committee amendments unanimously? Great, seeing no objections. Finance committee amendments have been added. Back on the main motion.
And I also wanted to voice my support for this bill. Senator Craig has been working a full year on this project. I believe this drafting is a great addition to lead, and I like that bill. Senator Craig, I'm full for it.
Speaker Weathers.
Yeah, a great bill. Okay. And it's going to be a good project that benefits a lot of people. I just want to do some due diligence questions. So Finance Director Zastro, where are we sitting at in special projects right now?
I believe like 1,275,000.
Yeah, an incredibly large amount. Yeah, I don't think it's going to eat into that. It's not going to affect very much, but it is going to have a lot of benefit. A question for Kit, and it seems incredibly self-serving, but I am curious about any sort of like recognition that it was funded in part by student government, just because that informs other members of the student body that student government can do these sorts of things.
Yeah, that is something that we haven't talked about, but we do have a little extra wiggle room with the finances that Student Affairs is offering. And if we do have that extra, then we can talk with Rec Services and FP&M to see if we can just have a plaque for recognition.
Sure. I know you'd probably love to have your name on there yourself, but having the name of student government does help a lot of people in the future, so I yield.
Senator Litt.
I just wanted to voice my support for this. This is one thing that, honestly, if I'm going to be emotional about anything in student government, it would be this. I remember one of our first meetings, and I just felt completely clueless about being a senator and what in the world was I doing here. And Kit starts talking about, I'm going to make this bathroom in front of everyone. And like he knows so much, and they're going off about all of these knowledgeable things and all of this experience. And I was just taken aback by how knowledgeable and experienced Kit was when I felt like I had nothing. And so, yeah. I just wanted to voice my support for such an amazing project and such an amazing senator. So I yield.
Senator Pruitt.
Yeah, I also wanted to voice my support for this bill, and I also wanted to call attention to, so for next week's Senate meeting, for the first meeting of the new Senate, I have been going through old agendas to help prepare for the bills that are actually going to have to come up at that agenda. And in that time, I've been looking at old Session 1 bills from the beginning of this term. And I noticed that on new business during one of those was funding a gender-neutral bathroom and lead. This has been a long time coming, is my understanding for Kit. This has been something that's been really worked hard on and a lot of passion has been poured into. And I really wanted to just show my appreciation for such an impactful project that is seemingly had some ups and downs and taken a lot of effort to put into place, especially for something that would be something many of us are so passionate about. So I just wanted to extend my appreciation for that.
Question has been called for and seconded. Is there any objection to voting now? All right, seeing no objections, we'll go into closing comments with Senator Claiborne.
Again, I encourage all of you to vote yes on this amazing bill and help me be the catalyst for change on campus for families and people everywhere. Sorry, gonna get a little emotional. 2 years, a lot of work. I also just wanted to take time to address my siblings in the LGBTQIA+ community. Coming from a queer person on student government, I see you. This project was started because of the lack of representation that Iowa State had for our community. I know it's hard to go to school where people don't want us to be who we are, but I see you and I hear you. I joined student government because I wanted to change the way that people on this campus see our community, and I hope that the passing of this bill will allow for more representation and feelings of freedom and protection at Iowa State University. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go into a vote. Since this is a Finance Committee bill, we will be doing a roll call vote. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Advait. Yes. Adegarla. Yes. Ballrich. Yes. Becker. Yes. Brecht. Yes. Bruick. Yes. Harder. Yes. Claiborne. Yes. DeVore. Aye. Filippi. Rinaldi. Yes. Garcia. Yes. Goff. Yes. Haas. Yes. Kuehler. Yes. Larson. Yes. Lent. Mahoney. Yes. Moscar. Yes. Mays. Yes. McCready. Yes. Patel. Yes. Ruley.
Yes.
Seth. Yes. Sayaway. Yes. Skaggs. Yes. Slade. Yes. Stout. Strickland. Wagmeister. Weathers. A vote of 31 to 0, the bill passes. All right, with that, we'll move on to 2021-3-039 SO, starting over with a financial agreement with Vice Speaker Advait.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm sure at this point you have all heard of the Senate order authored to initiate a period of notice on our current contract with the Iowa State Daily Media Group. To begin with, I'd like to say I do heartily disagree with a lot of things that have been said tonight and with a lot of the ideas expounded on in some of the emails and statements that we received from the Daily. In order for us to have a clear, productive conversation, it is critical that we have a good idea of what this conversation is and what it isn't. As someone that has been intimately involved with this process, I can tell you what it isn't. It is not an attempt to tell the Daily that they do not matter. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, an assault on the free press. This is not, certainly, and cannot be an attack on the First Amendment. This is not about attacking an agenda. This is not about ending the Daily. I don't think any of us are trying to say that the Daily doesn't matter or that they don't provide a valuable service. I would like to take this opportunity to walk through what has necessitated this course of action and what next steps the government might take to ensure that we are holding ourselves to our sworn commitment to the student body. And really, to sum it up, what this is an effort at contract reform, and really nothing more. Despite a lively ongoing debate over the merits of the structure, contents, and the financial implications of the contract, I think we've all seen that tangible progress has been hard to come across. And this really isn't a knock on our the fine people at the Daily, people in this organization. Really, I understand we're all here in good faith. We're all trying to get good things done. But the factuality of the situation doesn't change. This bill, when it started off, it was an effort to finally kickstart motion, finally kickstart action. It was an effort to prevent the can from being kicked down the road any further. It's been 3 years that this contract has now been in effect, and I mean, I'll take this opportunity to say I do disagree with the characterization that we're pulling the rug out from under the daily. The disbursement happens in September. Even if this were to pass, it would be a full 18 months we have until the first disbursement is impacted. I don't believe setting an 18-month timeline from Senate to ensure we're essentially holding ourselves to our financial oaths is quite pulling the rug out. Over the past few years, departments, organizations, university departments, we've all had to face budget cuts. We're seeing that happen even at the university level with LAS, what have you. This has been because of the pandemic, enrollment declines, all things of that nature. Now here over in student government, we've been fortunate because of our good budget, our reserves, that we have not quite had to do those things just yet. But we're nearing the end of that line now. And over 3 years since this contract when this contract was first signed pre-pandemic, there has been no adjustment to this contract amount to adjust for that declining enrollment. What that essentially means is student government has been absorbing all of the enrollment decline for the contract. And when I say student government, it's essentially being passed on to the student organizations and the other great things that we try to fund, such as the bill we just passed. I do think it is really, really unfair if we were to cut just our business contracts in order to keep student organizations and other projects at the same level. It is also conversely really unfair for us to cut student organizations to keep our business contracts at the same level. I think it is imperative that we have to balance our budget, and it is inevitable that the largest contract we have, a contract that is worth, in summation, $1.7 million is a part of that conversation. This is not, again, I don't think that's quite an effort to attack the First Amendment or attack the free press. It is clearly an effort, us in our capacities as student representatives, to try and keep as many
30
student-focused
seconds.
services going as possible. I move to extend my speaking privilege.
Second.
Is there any objection to extending Advait's speaking privilege? For how long?
3 minutes.
By 3 minutes? All right, seeing no objections, his speaking privilege has been extended to a total of 8 minutes.
I will speed up, I apologize. I don't think we can afford to not tackle this. The numbers are pretty stark. I believe we can certainly have legitimate debate on the best path forward, but action needs to happen. And I guess now over the past few weeks, I've been having conversations with returning senators. I've had conversations with our incoming president, Ludwig, and members of that administration as well. And I've been reassured that there are plans to have a global budget task force, to ensure that these items are looked at. I've been reassured that this won't end here, albeit perhaps at a slower pace. That being said, what this bill always has been and what's always needed to happen is that we need to have a public conversation in public, because this is about public money and public interests. We need to have a conversation not behind closed doors. I understand this is not necessarily easy, this is not necessarily comfortable, this is not necessarily fun for any party involved. I have no illusions that that is the case, but sometimes doing the right thing, doing our jobs as elected representatives, upholding our oaths does mean none of those things are going to be the case. That being said, I still think that conversation is important. We need to have an opportunity to have that public conversation and clear the air and clarify the public conversation in the face of where it's been headed this last week or so. With a view to that, I will be making a motion to postpone this bill indefinitely. Lots of you do have thoughts, and I'm aware of that. This motion is debatable, and this will give all of us an opportunity to speak up, to have that conversation. Since this bill is at the floor, I've seen this conversation take off in a way I have not seen it in my 3 years at student government, and I think that's the right path to take, no matter what decision we end up at as a Senate. I think it's right to let Senate make its decision and let Senate speak for itself. With a view to that, I will yield and make that motion. Yes.
There's been a motion to table the bill indefinitely, postpone indefinitely, and seconded. We'll go into, is there any objection? We're going to go into a debating period on that. There's been an objection.
Yeah, I suppose I'm just not sure why we would be debating on the motion to table rather than the bill itself. I mean, you said yourself, and I agree with you, that this is a time for public conversation and debate, and we've not yet had that debate, so I'm not quite sure why we would move to table indefinitely now before even having had the debate.
Question has been called for and seconded. Is there any objection to voting now? We're voting on whether to table this bill. On the objection right now. So, yes is agreeing with the objection, no would be continuing to debate in like the main motion, correct? Senator Vate.
So a yes vote would support Dawson's objection, which means we would not be postponing indefinitely and instead would enter a normal period of debate. A no would reject Dawson's objection, which means my motion to postpone indefinitely would stand, and then we would enter a discussion period on postponing indefinitely. And because that is a main question, it will extend to the merits of the entire question as a whole and not just whether we're postponing indefinitely. I yield.
All right, does that clear to everyone? All right, we're going to go into a voting period then. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. We'll do a placard vote, starting with yeses. Please hold them high. Noes? Any abstentions? All right. Of a vote of 23 to 8 to 0, the objection passes, meaning that we will go back into debate.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to adopt the rules amendments.
It's been a call for unanimous consent to adopt the Rules Committee amendments. Is there a second? All right. Is there any objection? And then passed unanimously. Senator Bruick? Correct. Yep.
Hey, everyone. So for what I want to talk about right now, I have a lot of thoughts on this bill, and, I think that there's incredible merit to debating the actual substance of the intents of this bill and the intents of the authors and co-sponsors. But what I do want to talk about first, and which I feel like is much more imperative, is some of the perspectives I've heard that I feel are inaccurate, and I want to clear up those misconceptions that Vice Speaker Advait touched upon in his opening comments. I know we've all seen the emails and we've seen the opinion op-ed in the Daily about this process. And I would concur with everyone who has written those things that if there were a free speech issue here, if this were an attack on the freedom of the press, I would be the first to stand up and object and be very deeply offended by such an action. But I do not believe that that is an accurate representation of a single member of this body. And the conversations I've had about this bill, not in the Senate office and behind the scenes, that has never once come up. I understand that in the point of view of the Daily, they've heard some things from people and that there is some sort of belief that that is the motivation. And while I appreciate that is something that people can say, there have been very few examples, concrete examples besides people have said that, provided to me. The only two that I'm aware of were provided to the Rules Committee on Tuesday of last week. These were two purported to be direct quotes from members of this body. And given that those are the only evidence I've heard of this sentiment, I wanted to talk about them directly. The first was a quote from Vice Speaker Advait, explaining his motivations for why he wanted the renegotiation of the contract. And the quote was that he would want greater oversight from student government. Now, I understand that that may be ambiguous to some people, and that it can be read both as in my opinion, how I've read it and how I believe Vice Speaker Advait intended it, a financial oversight, or it can be read as it seems many people more affiliated and associated with the Daily have read, as a demand for editorial oversight. I understand that that ambiguity is present, but I do believe many of the comments have said that that was never clarified and that it's always been ambiguous as to whether which of the two we meant. And I find that I struggle with that assertion because in that same Rules Committee meeting where these comments were brought up, Myself, Senator Mahoney, and Vice Speaker Advait looked at every member of the Daily and tried to explain as transparently as we could that is not the motivation that any of us had when we co-sponsored or authored this bill. That this explicitly, the desire of this bill is to increase financial oversight and has nothing to do with the editorial content of the Daily. I have absolutely no problem with the editorial content of the Daily. So I guess I struggle with that assertion that it's been unclear. Perhaps I accept it was unclear at the beginning, but I believe that was attempted to be cleared up, at least from the sponsors of this bill. The other thing I'd like to move to is the second quote from that article, which was a quote from Senator Kuehler that said that he, at the Engineering Student Council meeting on March 28th, campaigned for the bill because, quote, we would be canceling it because, quote, because of the Daily's political views and, quote, failure to share their financials. I was alarmed by this. That is a concerning comment, and I would be very disappointed if Senator Kuehler had said that. But when I showed him this letter, which Senator Kuehler had not seen before it was issued to the Rules Committee, he was flabbergasted. He was stunned and he was shocked that he was represented that way. And in his opinion, he never said anything that could have been in that manner. So what I'm sitting here and I'm struggling with and what I'm left with is in every conversation I've had about this bill, no one has ever raised an issue that I believe would raise free press and free speech issues. And it's very frustrating to me, and I believe whether it is genuine or not, which I believe people are speaking genuinely when they're concerned about this, it is a straw man of the argument being made in favor of this bill, I believe. I do not believe it represents the reasons why we are considering this bill. And I don't think it's fair to say that it's an outrage to the idea of freedom of the press and freedom of speech and the disruption of freedom of speech that we are considering this bill. It is our job and our duty as the elected representatives of the student body to be stewards of the money we spend, the student fee money we spend. If there's an issue with having mere financial oversight, I don't know what to say to that. That is merely our job. And if there's an issue as to editorial oversight, I have not once heard that raised by a member of this body. I yield.
Senator Mahoney.
This has been a journey, to say the least, from the introduction of this bill to it now seeing the Senate floor tonight. My opinion on this bill has actually drastically flipped. When I was originally asked to be a co-sponsor of this bill and agreed to be, I was under the impression that the Daily was more informed that this was coming. That there were conversations that had already been had that, hey, we are going to issue the notice of termination with the idea that in 18 months from now there will be a new contract. It came to light through multiple different conversations with multiple different members of this organization, with members of the Daily, that was not the case, that it took a little bit longer to actually get the resources in order to have the true conversations that student government wants to take a look at this contract, to issue some renegotiations, to issue some changes to it. With that, this bill's pretty much already, in my opinion, accomplished its purpose by its very existence. It started negotiations that have not happened before. It's opened Pandora's box. There's no closing it. These negotiations are happening, and they should. This should be a collaborative process. This is a relationship that student government has with the Daily that matters. It's a relationship that we need to keep intact. And so we need to go about that in the most professional and constructive way that we can as two partner organizations that are large on this campus. With that, we have people on this organization that are leading into next year, that are really, really eager to make negotiations, to make amendments to this contract. I'm not perfectly happy with the way our contract is. I think when we say financial oversight, a better word perhaps is financial insight. Many of the organizations that we fund, in fact, all of them as far as I'm aware, we know where those dollars are going, down to the dollar. And while I understand that the Daily is a public or a private competitive organization, there are certain concessions that perhaps could be negotiated there so that we as a student body better know where that $340,000 is going. There are perhaps some negotiations that could be had to change the dollar amount slightly downwards so that we aren't wholly absorbing the nearly 20% enrollment drop that we've had in the last 3 years since that contract was originally signed. These are concessions that can be made at the negotiating table. And these are concessions that I think will be made at the negotiating table. There's significant force behind these negotiations from student government now being pushed behind it. I know Senator Bruick and I, both going into student government next year, are interested in this. I know President-elect Ludwig is interested in these negotiations. These are something that is going to happen. And so I think passing this and perhaps pointlessly damaging the negotiations and pointlessly damaging our relationship with the Daily is an error on our part. I frankly regret co-sponsoring this. There's no going back on that, I suppose. So I will be voting no on this tonight. But that's not to say that I don't want these negotiations to happen, that I don't want these amendments to this bill to happen, or to this contract to happen, because I think they will. And if they don't, that's not to say that we don't have other options in the future. But I think right now, our best course of action is to vote no and to allow these negotiations to happen. I believe that was the motion that Vice Speaker Advait made, was to postpone indefinitely with the idea that this could be an option in the future if it so needs to be. But I don't think it will come to that. I really hope it doesn't have to come to that. I think the negotiations that are happening, that will continue to happen, are what will be the most constructive and the most positive change for both organizations, for both the student body as a whole. I know I'm voting no after talking to my constituency council, all 40-some members of IRHA, every single one of them, after I laid out the facts of what the reality of the situation was, unanimously said, don't cancel it. Move forward with negotiations, let them happen, and we will, as an internal organization, need to have better conversations, better communication, to understand that these negotiations are happening. There is a failure on our parts with this bill, and that we have let a situation that a lot of us have been uncomfortable with for several years exist, and that we didn't know that these negotiations were happening or going to happen. And so we as an internal organization need to do better about that, communicating in the future. So I urge you, vote no tonight and let the negotiations happen as they should happen.
Senator Mays.
I'm going to say a couple things real quick, and then I'm going to pass my speaking privilege to the podium so you can respond to things that have been said so far. I originally co-sponsored this bill because I guess I just don't know how, I guess this is just misinformation on my end or like confusion on my end about how contracts work, but I guess I appreciate everything the Daily does. There's no me wanting to defund the Daily whatsoever. Like I still, with the signing or like, I guess passing of this bill, I still fully intended to support all funding that we would give to you guys, and I want to continue funding you guys. That's not an issue of debate for me. But I guess my question just is, I don't know how renegotiating or anything like that works without ending the contract. So Mason, if you could answer that question. I wanted someone to answer that question for me.
Sure, yeah. I believe it's me, Julia, and President-elect Ludwig have a meeting tomorrow afternoon with the Daily to discuss specific terms on the, it's currently section, I don't remember if it's 3.1 or 3A, but it's about the change in the, from year to year, the 10%. So it's proposing language to their editorial board, letting them know what they think about it, then we would pass an amendment as a Senate bill.
And with this, would they still be receiving the same amount of funds, like the $340,000 per fiscal year, or would it just kind of change allocations of where exactly the money is going within their budget?
The amendment we would propose would change the calculation for how they get funded fiscal year to fiscal year. So it would definitely change the 340,000 number, but probably by less than 5,000, depending on what enrollment is. It's not changing specifics.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question perfectly. And I'll let you speak now on my speaking privilege.
A journalist, and I don't do that. But this person texted me as soon as the conversation about the Daily began, because I am the editor-in-chief of the Daily, and this individual figured it was something that I would want to know about, and was like texting me like almost a play-by-play of what happened. So like I said, I was not there. I cannot say those were the exact words that were said. Those are the exact words that were given to me. And if those were not the exact words that were said, that was what was heard by that individual and by other individuals that he talked to. So I just wanted to address that, but I also wanted to address the other things that you brought up about content. We have been told, we were approached by a senator saying, quote unquote, bad coverage was this individual's reason for sponsoring the bill. And that's all I have to say on that. So, yeah.
All right, moving on to Senator Claiborne.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I am not in support of this bill. 2 weeks ago, I emailed Kate and Kylie got back to me in 10-ish minutes. So if there is a lack of communication that people are saying, there's obviously not, because the editor-in-chief, who is very busy, I'm a very busy senator, got back to me in 10 minutes. We scheduled a meeting. I took the bus over to the Daily. There's 2 routes that go right to it, so if no one has a car like me, they can go straight to it. I was let in, and also at that time, Kylie was not in the state, but still FaceTimed me for about 10 minutes just to answer my questions, and I asked for the financial report, and I was sent that a few days later, but again, Kylie was busy. And I also just wanted student government to know that without the Daily, my bill that was just passed that everyone supported would not have any single coverage. I've had 2 or 3 articles on that bill. Hopefully, I'm going to work with the Daily on having a long, extensive article on that bill, because I think it should be heard around campus. But again, that's coming from me. There were multiple individuals on campus that represent different constituents within the LGBTQIA+ community that were on that first article that was represented. And without the Daily, I wouldn't know that there's people on campus that don't even know what student government is, but are in support of a bill that a senator writes. So I just want that to let the Senate know that obviously we are in a financial crunch. Everyone's in a financial crunch, but there has been negotiations, and there will be negotiations in the future. And I feel like with all of that, there should be a lot of senators against this bill. Thank you.
Senator Goff.
Yeah, I wanted to express my my dissent for this bill as well. Most of you know that veterinary medicine students aren't well informed or maybe well endowed to interact with student government, but I had several of my constituents email me about this. And so I feel it's very pertinent because they get just as much information from the Daily and just as much support, even geographically distant from main campus. But the one point I did want to bring up as we were discussing this is just kind of an overall question, just to let you marinate on, is contextually, how does the Senate supersede the direct conversations between the president, vice president, and finance director? How do we have enough information as opposed to the negotiations that have already been underway and continually go on, including the ones that's tomorrow? How do we supersede that information, can appropriately vote on this bill? Thank you.
Senator Kuehler.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I just want to start out by saying that my opinion, just like Senator Mahoney's, has also changed dramatically over the past couple of weeks. So I came into this meeting today sort of neutral, sort of unknowing how I would vote on this bill. And in the comments that other senators and members of this body have made, I am quite frankly starting to lean towards a no position. However, I would like to kind of address some of the muddying of the waters that we have all experienced over the last couple of weeks. It's been confusing. I'm sure you can all relate to me, but we have had information constantly thrown at us from all different directions, making it very difficult to formulate true and factual opinions. And as student government senators, we represent our constituents, and it is absolutely essential that we operate with the most accurate and correct information. That is quite frankly our duty, and I just want to make sure that we are doing that as senators. And to that end, I think this might be a question for Finance Director Zastro. I'm just wondering, if we were to cancel and terminate this contract or give notice of termination, what would be the immediate consequences as well as a course of action that we would have to take as a body?
So immediately, we would notify the daily. They're here, so I guess they wouldn't require formal notification or anything. That we had that 12-month period of notice, put into action. Then before. Well, I guess for the intents and purposes of we value the daily and we want them to get funding, we would have a period of negotiation until probably about this time next year, practically when we would be able to enact legislation so that they would get a disbursement for FY24. So basically we'd be having the same kinds of negotiations that we're having right now, but we'd be reevaluating the entire contract instead of specific parts of the contract that we find troublesome.
All right, thank you for that. So I guess just a follow-up question. So we're already having these negotiations right now. So is there, in your mind, a benefit to actually canceling this contract versus just having negotiations within the contract itself internally?
No, I don't think there's a benefit because I think that it completely starts us over, and I think that the cost to completely renegotiating is lack of financial stability for the Iowa State Daily. They're a company, they can't hire people for short periods of time not knowing their financial future. That's just not how that's just not how a business is able to operate. They do require longer-term contracts, which is why we give them contracts in the first place.
All right. Thank you, Finance Director Zastro. And I just wanted to say that my opinion has drastically been changed in light of the comments that Senator Mahoney brought up. I was, just like Senator Mahoney, under the impression that we as student government gave the Daily more notice. So I appreciate all of the comments. They have been definitely helpful in shaping my opinion, and with that, I yield.
Senator Becker.
Yes, so I think the big problem here is that everyone is kind of operating on misinformation, and you know who produces great quality information? The Daily. And journalism is already taking enough hit. They're losing 10%, the Greenlee School of Journalism is losing 10% in the LAS budget cuts. So I think it is unwise to also take away this opportunity from journalism students who are already losing 10% of their budget. Further, we need press. We need this paper. I asked a bunch of random people on campus today. I stopped people. I said, hey, do you like the Daily? Every single person said yes. People like this. People read this. Let's fund it. It's their money. It's not really what we want. If people like to read it, and people do read it, we should fund it.
Senator Rulli.
Thank you. So I would just like to say from the members of the administration, myself, President Campbell, and Vice President Decker, we made our position clear that we don't want this bill to pass. Those of us who have been in conversations with the Daily, something that a couple months ago I would have said that I would have liked changed is the dollar amount. But after discussions with them, it's really clear that they can't take any reduction beyond what is relative to the reduction of our budget as a whole. I think that it's really imperative that we are in these smaller level conversations that enables us, the people who are actually making the decisions. Not that Senate isn't able to make decisions on these things, but the people who are in negotiations, who are in the room talking about this, we're the ones who have the most information available to us. So I disagree with Advaita on the outcome of this bill, but I agree with him on the framing that this is a methodological question. This isn't, do we value the Daily? This isn't, do we think that they're providing good or bad coverage? This is about whether or not we should be amending this contract or whether or not we should be completely renegotiating it, starting from the ground up. And I think the answer to that's pretty clear. To Vice Speaker Advaita's mention of that the contract ought to be discussed in public. I understand that Senate is the body that is able to control the ultimate financial destiny of student government, but at the same time you can't negotiate with, I think it's 32 senators are seated right now in the room. As nice as that would be, and as important as it is for the people who are directly overseeing student fee dollars to know where those student fee dollars are going. When you're talking about a private company with the Daily that has financial interests, direct competition, it's in the best interest of both parties for those discussions to be held. The doors don't even have to be closed, but in smaller groups where you're able to go into more depth, more nuance. As finance director, I'm able to spend a lot of time going into the depths, and that's because I'm compensated with a scholarship. I would not expect senators to spend as much time as I do, who are not being compensated, to get to know the full depth of the Iowa State Daily financials to the point where they're able to make an accurate and sophisticated value judgment on whether or not they're receiving the value per dollar. Just on the point very briefly of bad coverage, I do think that this was meant in the way that you described earlier as not bad coverage in the sense of unfavorable coverage to us or to an individual, but in the sense that it might be inaccurate. To that point, I'm very sympathetic to the Daily's willingness to correct inaccuracies and take contributions. I've left my fair share of comments. I've emailed reporters when I've felt like there was an unfair characterization, and then that's been reflected in the article after the fact. And so, although the Daily's coverage is not always going to be perfect, you couldn't possibly ask it to from a student-written newspaper. You get 95% of what's said right, and the 5% of what's wrong sticks out like a sore thumb to the people who said it in the first place. But that's just something that's going to happen, and I think we need to respect the natural variability that's going to happen in a student-run newspaper. So just to return to my starting point, I agree with Vice Speaker DeVay that this is a methodological question, and I just don't think that there's much of a question here. I think that everything that we need to be changed can be sufficiently reached through an amendment. Happy to take any other questions. I'll yield the time back to Senator Rulli.
I just want to use the rest of my time to thank everyone from the Daily who came here to speak and to listen, taking time out of your very busy schedules. We've heard you've had really busy schedules, so I want to thank everyone for coming and speaking. I will be voting now.
Speaker Weathers.
Okay, same thing. Thank you to the Daily for coming in. I don't think anybody here wants to get rid of the Daily. I think that's been mentioned a couple times, and the value of the Daily cannot be overstated. And Finance Director Zesch was right. It is a methodological question, although I do fall on the other side than him. So I've prepared a statement, which isn't something I usually do, but I just want to be clear on my argument so you can all judge it at its best. Something that we continually seem to forget in student government is that we are here only and exclusively and primarily to serve students. Everything else we do is a means toward that end. And because we're often caught up in those other activities, we forget that our work is exclusively for students. I often forget that. Furthermore, there is a reason that Senate has the power to initiate an 18-month period of negotiation. And that is all this bill does, by the way, is to initiate an 18-month period of negotiation. There's a lot of pressure on Senate to fail this bill, but it is worth noting that Senate is designed to be the body that is most representative of the student population, and that's why we ultimately have this decision. You're all elected to specifically represent your constituents. So the most important thing that you could possibly do for them is to handle their money wisely, and I don't think anybody in here doubts that. If our duty as a Senate is to the students first and foremost, and handling their money well is something that we care about, then we should be doing everything we can to ensure that their money is being spent as well and as efficiently as possible. Everyone in here knows that there are some issues with the contract between the student government and the Daily. So if student government dollars are being used poorly, then we have every right, and in fact the duty, to put ourselves in as strong of a negotiating position as possible. And that is exactly what this bill does. It puts an 18-month deadline on negotiating a new and far better contract. Excuse me, I lost my place. The other means of amending the contract are not guaranteed to produce change. We all know that promises of future change can and often do fail to pan out. I have seen promises and ideas be kicked down the road into oblivion. And I'm sure many of you in here have had ideas, great ideas, that you've just simply lost steam on. And I don't think there's anything in here that ensures that that won't happen again with these negotiations. Passing this bill is the best thing we can do for the students because it ensures concretely that we have to negotiate a newer contract that uses student dollars more wisely. And of course, Senate won't be negotiating as a whole, but we can make it absolute that negotiations happen. A promise of change is not enough. Setting deadlines is how tangible results come about in the real world, and so I don't think we should diverge from that here. Passing this bill is not brash or rushed, as it gives us a whole year, it gives us 18 months to negotiate. Passing this bill is not a personal attack on the Daily or their content, as I greatly appreciate their work, as all of you do. But passing this bill is good for the students, and it shows that we are dedicated to being smart with their money by putting ourselves in a strong negotiating stance. I yield.
Senator DeVore.
Thank you. A couple points here. First, I wanted to address a couple misunderstandings. So we keep hearing the word bad coverage thrown around, and I think I may be the senator you're referring to. And I think if you would have been in the room that night when I was making a point, you would have understood the context of what bad coverage meant, in the sense that I was meaning that actions of our own internal matters and our own internal issues that we have as student government have led us to receive bad coverage from the Daily, not in the sense that the Daily is doing a bad job, but in the sense that we were doing some things wrong and that we were getting, and that was accurately reflected in your guys' media. And what I'm directly referring to about that is the report that was sent out in a dose several weeks ago now about the knowledge or lack of knowledge from students around campus about student government, which I'm sure you all remember. So I would have first liked to clear that misunderstanding up. And then to move on to my sentiments about the bill. I think, as many of you know, Speaker Weathers and I oftentimes fall on the side of fiscal conservatives. We're talking about financial bills, and oftentimes we take some grief for that. But I think he put it in words well, that is essentially one of our main jobs as senators, is to represent our constituents and to represent how their student fees are being spent. And I myself have some concerns about the way those student fees are being spent, the way those $340,000 are being spent each year. But don't think that I am also not a proponent of media or journalism. I do appreciate what you guys do, but the angle I'm looking at this from is that student government ourselves is also facing fiscal uncertainty, just like you are, and a lot of organizations are right now. A lot of different places around campus and around the state are facing that due to obvious reasons. What we're facing is declining enrollment at Iowa State, and henceforth that's where we get our funding, and so we are going to see some budget cuts for us as well. And as you all know, as we've been talking this whole session, we are going to have to relay those budget cuts onto the people that receive our money, obviously. We can't spend more than we make. So when I talk to my constituents, many of my constituents are not particular huge fans of the Daily, and most of them that I've talked to have actually unsubscribed from the Daily. But my constituents and all of our constituents do come in here every single meeting and ask for funding for their clubs and organizations to go do the things they want to do, to go to conferences, to hold events here on campus that enact real change and real events here on campus. And what I don't want to do is put ourselves in such a financial pinch that we have to tell our constituents, no, we can't do that, because we have long-term contracts that we're binded to. And this, I know, has been an ongoing conversation we've been having. And so that is why I think that renegotiating, like Speaker Weathers said, is a good path forward. With that being said, I think that's exactly what this bill is initiating a period of notice, as it says right in the bill, to initiate a period of notice for those renegotiations. I was just reading in the response that the Daily sent out today, and a quote from them. Excellent partners, but are often sidelined due to senators who are on a crusade to defund the Daily. I'm not sure who those senators are. I don't think there's anyone in here that's on a crusade to defund the Daily in its entirety. Like we've all expressed, we all value your guys' work, we value media, we value journalism. I just think it's time to renegotiate and relook at what that contract needs to look like. And I think that starts today with this bill. I yield.
Senator Carter.
So a few things. Having spoken with some of my constituents, one of the things I think is worth mentioning here
when we're thinking about the stability of the ISU Daily. I'm here representing graduate students. I sit on this body as a representative for graduate students at this university. And the graduate students that I heard from today, actually, I had several emails about this. One of the things that came up multiple times, and you all heard it from some of the graduate students that spoke earlier tonight during open forum, is the role of the Daily in connecting graduate students to undergraduates. I think it's kind of funny when you're in an academic institution, and you all have heard me speak on this before, but higher education has this really funny habit, intentional or not, of breaking us all down into like different categories. Whether it's divvying us up by disciplines, whether it's divvying us up by our majors, or whether it's divvying us up by what we're here for. At the end of the day, we're all students here, and the Iowa State Daily serves a really important role of being a nexus for all of us to connect in. And so I think that that's something that's really worth thinking about, is the way that the Daily connects students who otherwise are not very connected across this campus. The other thing I want to mention is that there's been a few times tonight that we've talked about the way that student government has like been taking a financial hit for the Daily. And I don't know, there's something about that language just rubs me the wrong way. And I think part of it is that I think phrasing it or viewing it as like we are taking a financial hit for an institution that serves our student body, I think that's the wrong perspective to have. Instead, I think a perspective to have is that we're helping to shoulder a burden. The Daily serves an important role at this university of keeping our student body informed and keeping our student body engaged. And one of our jobs here is to help have an informed and engaged student body. And so if we can help shoulder the burden of the pandemic that we've all been experiencing for our campus newspaper, I think that's an important thing to do. Yeah.
All right, we have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to debate this bill. Just a reminder, Speaker Weathers.
I move to extend debate by 20 minutes.
Been a motion and a second to extend debate by 20 minutes. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, debate has been extended by 20 minutes, so we will now be debating for an hour and 5 minutes total. You're at 41 right now. Senator Wegmeister.
I wanted to start off by patting Senator DeVore on the back for bringing up the word defund. One thing that's frustrated me about this whole process is people just throwing around the word defund, and I don't think that was ever the intent of anyone. But anyway, I woke up this morning and, as I do every morning, read the Daily, and the article, Bills, ISD editorial staff response to recent proposal, written by the ISD staff. And I think that article and this whole conversation can be summarized by the second to last paragraph, which reads, we will continue to work with student government as we have always indicated we would be willing to do, regardless of whether or not the Senate votes to advance this bill or not. The only thing this bill does is create unnecessary tension between the Iowa State Daily and student government. Assuming that the Iowa State Daily is telling the truth, which I trust that they are, that leads me to vote no on this. I yield. Well, I yield my time to anyone, Kylie, Kate, anyone that has more recent responses to the discussions that have been made since this bill has been introduced.
Yes, thank you. I specifically want to address Senator DeVore's comment on crusade to defund the Daily, and that has never happened by a senator. I just received a letter from previous Senator Ryan Hurley today that says it's time to defund the Daily, and it's about a 4-paragraph letter that goes on and about how we are unnecessary and a plague to this campus. So I understand I appreciate your thoughts on that, but that is something that we've heard. So that, I just wanted to say that because...
Senator Philippi. I would say this is germane to this discussion, so.
He said a senator ever, like not a senator specifically in this room. He said any senator. Ryan Hurley was a senator.
I'm going to declare this germane, which means that it is it is relevant to what we're talking about, because we were talking about senators as a whole, and maybe not just this current body, but student government's take on senators. So I'm going to rule this as germane.
Madam President, I move to overrule the decision of the chair.
There's been a motion and a second to overrule the decision of the chair. We'll go into discussion. Senator Advait.
I don't think it's relevant to talk about third parties that are not a member of the Senate in the context of what the opinion of the Senate is. I think it's just as simple as that. I yield.
Senator Brewick.
I do want to push back on that a little bit. I do believe, when I myself and Senator DeVore have both referred to all senators, and I do apologize for this. This was perhaps a slight inaccuracy in what I was saying. I haven't had conversations with former senators, with the senators from previous Senates. My opinion, and perhaps I stated it too broadly, was that every current senator in this body was on the same page as was my comments. So I apologize for not taking that into account, but I don't believe that was the intent of what either I or Senator DeVore were getting at. We did not take into account the comments from Senator Emeritus Hurley or anyone else in their opinions. I yield.
Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? We'll go into a voting period. Let's do a placard vote. Yes, no, or abstain to overrule the decision of the chair. Yes. Noes. Vote of 13 to 17 requiring a majority vote. The decision to overrule the chair has failed. Excuse me. Back on the main motion.
That's all that I had in that moment.
Senator Seth.
Hi, so I would just like to talk a little bit about why, at least initially, and my opinions are always subject to change based on debate. I like to keep an open mind on what's going on. But why I initially was a co-sponsor on this bill. And so I have nothing against the Daily. I think the Daily is an important resource on campus. I think that you do a great service to students and that this is something that's needed on campus. However, I also see the issues that we're going to face in coming years with budget. And one of the things, and I agreed with Senator Advait and with Senator DeVore on this comment, is that do we want to have a lot of assets tied up into a contract and essentially kind of make it more difficult for us to allocate funds and be more flexible with our spending for student organizations? Because we also fund a lot of smaller student organizations. One example that comes to mind is this year through annuals, we funded the American Meteorological Society. This is an organization for meteorology students. I'm a meteorology student, and it has maybe 50 people in it. It's not a very big organization, but for the people in that organization, it's a really big deal. This has a really big impact on them, and it's an important organization, but it's a smaller organization. They don't have a huge operating budget. So in the next few years, when we have to start making these harder decisions, are we going to prioritize? What are we going to prioritize? And I think one of the reasons why I was initially in favor of this bill is because everybody's going to have to give something. Like with what just happened with the LAS college, all of the departments are taking funding cuts. We're having a professor in the meteorology department who's leaving, and his position just isn't going to get filled because we just can't afford it, because we have to cut our budget by 12%. And so I think I was viewing this from the standpoint of fairness and essentially considering, we need to be wise in our spending and try to keep organizations, in smaller organizations, but ones that are still really important to students and have a huge impact on students, afloat for as long as we can. And if that means cutting some of the funding from the Daily, then I'm okay with that. And by no means do I want to completely defund the Daily. That is not what I am saying. I support the Daily. I support everything that you're doing, and I think that you all do a great job. And I've worked with you. You've interviewed me before about things, and I've talked to you, and I've been in the Daily and stuff like that. And so I think you provide a valuable service, but it's also that aspect of we need to try to keep everybody afloat as long as we can. So that's one of the things that I think we need to remember when we're thinking about this bill. And if these negotiations happen now, that's a different debate. But I think they do need to happen eventually. And one of the reasons why I was in support of this bill was because we needed to make sure that those negotiations were going to happen. Did I know at the time that negotiations were already underway? No, I didn't. And that might have been an oversight on my part. But that was initially why I voted, why I co-sponsored the bill. So just something for everyone to consider. I will yield my time. Thank you.
Senator Claiborne.
I would like to yield my time to President Campbell.
Thank you, Senator Claiborne. All right, a very brief comments on this. I want to go back to Finance Director Mason Zastro's comments about methodology. I do believe this is a bill about methodology and ensuring appropriate processes are taken in an appropriate course of action to ensure stability for a professional entity, which is the Iowa State Daily in this situation. Speaker Weathers, I want to address your comments about negotiation and that this might lead to a stronger negotiating position. Negotiation is already happening. I firmly believe this bill does not put us in a stronger negotiating position, given that both parties are already willing to come to the table, and that is actually happening tomorrow. We have a meeting at 3 o'clock tomorrow where negotiation will be happening. So I do believe that canceling the contract tonight, if that happens, appears to me as a power trip to gain an unnecessary upper hand in negotiating on this conversation, which I don't believe we need. The Daily has proven that they are coming to the table, and I've been in conversations with them, with Finance Director Zastro throughout the year, and this is what's been taking place. As someone who has been in these conversations, I firmly believe this is not the best path forward. New outcomes will come from the conversations we're having, but I do believe it is unnecessary to cancel the contract tonight to initiate action. Thank you.
Senator Lent.
So you will see that my name is on as a co-sponsor of this bill. It was then removed and then put back on it, and I'm not going to lie, I don't really know why. But either way, I am in support of all student organizations taking the same budget cuts and surpluses when those are necessary. But one way I think that we are able to kind of resolve both issues, at least in my view, is if something where we follow along with these negotiations and the rest of student government is kept up to date with overviews of what happens in each negotiation meeting. The best way to avoid misinformation is direct and correct information. So I think if that's something we can get from either the Daily representatives or our own student government representatives, and then we can trust ourselves to hold them accountable if we're not seeing the change that we want to see within these negotiations. I yield.
Senator Kuehler.
Okay, so I don't know if I don't think I said this in my last statement, but I guess I'm gonna join the bandwagon here. I support the Daily and everything they do. I think a relationship between student government and the Daily is vital, and we need to maintain a good and healthy relationship. So to that end, I'd like to take the route that Senator DeVore did and potentially add some context to my comments, because I do believe that is important, and yeah. So Senator Garcia, if some of you may not know, he is one of the co-presidents of Engineering Student Council, and he was also elected as the president of the National Association of Engineering Student Council. So he was at the meeting as well, and he can back up what I'm gonna claim here. So because we were both confused after the meeting and seeing those statements, because Senator Garcia is gonna agree with me that I did not say what is alleged in the statement sent out to rules. And our current working hypothesis is that we were discussing the YAF bill prior to discussing the Daily bill, because in Engineering Student Council meetings, there is always a section where the student government senators give a report to the body regarding like what Senate has done over the past week. So we discussed the YAF bill, and then immediately after that, well, I guess during the YAF bill, we were discussing how politics needs to stay out of student government. And immediately after that, we began discussing the Daly bill. And Senator Garcia and I's hypothesis is that somehow those things were sort of construed as being together, and someone might have misinterpreted what I said about YAF being a political debate about somehow getting into the Daly debate. Anyway, that is my working hypothesis. I would like to reaffirm again for the body and put on the record that I did not say anything about the Daly's political views. And as a senator who was present for the YAF bill and that debate, I reaffirm that politics needs to stay out of Senate, and I will stay with that opinion when discussing the Daly bill. I yield.
All right, just a reminder, we have 10 minutes left to debate the bill. Senator Brewick.
Yeah, so in my first speaking privilege, I focused more on the context. I wanted to talk more about my personal feelings. I am currently listed as a co-sponsor on this bill, and I will be voting no on this bill. But I would like to echo some of the comments of Speaker Weathers and Vice Speaker Advait. This bill was, I feel, the intent of this bill was just as much about trying to jumpstart conversations with the Daly internally as it was putting the Daly on notice of our discontentment with the contract. I believe in my conversations with Speaker Weathers and Vice Speaker Advait, this has been an issue that has been brewing in previous student governments for many years now. And the lack of, in the opinion of many of those senators, the lack of action that has been taken has been deeply frustrating. As Speaker Weathers said, things get lost. Oh, it's a priority. I'm definitely going to do it. And then nothing happens. Conversations are had. No amendments are proposed. Nothing comes before the Senate. And we move on to another year. And I believe that the point of this bill was to stop that. Now, and that was the bill, and that was the intent with which I signed my name onto this bill. What I am, I suppose, happy to report is that I believe that this bill, as Senator Mahoney said, has served its purpose. More than ever, and more than ever in anything I've heard in my conversations with others, conversations are happening. Real, meaningful amendments to this contract are being discussed, and hopefully, in conversations with Finance Director Zastro, by the end of this academic year, by the end of this, not this Senate, but the next Senate's first term, these amendments to the contract will be available for the Senate to discuss and ratify. For that reason, and for that reason only, I am not in support of this bill, and I will not be voting in favor of it. But what I wanted to talk about as well is this idea of the motion Vice Speaker Advait proposed at the beginning of this discussion before anything was said. The motion to postpone indefinitely. I think that is a very poetic and accurate way to describe my feelings on this bill. I don't want this bill to pass, not because I don't believe that at any point in the future there is that I'm spitting on the idea that we could ever cancel this contract. I believe, given the negotiation progress that has had since this bill has hit new business and hit its first read before this body, progress has been made, things will change. But I would say that by postponing this bill indefinitely or by voting this bill down, we are merely putting this on the back burner while good substantive negotiations happen. If those substantive negotiations fail to produce the results that the members of this body wish to take place, I fully intend, in my membership in the next Senate, to bring this conversation back up again. And I don't want to let this go away. This is a serious issue. It is not going to be forgotten and put aside for our other things. This is something that's deeply important for myself and several other of my fellow returning members, and it's not going to go away. And again, I think this is a methodology issue of that is the difference here, is I believe the methodology is not wrong, but too early. And that is why I am voting no and why I'm in opposition to this bill at this time. And I yield.
Speaker Weathers.
Okay, my comments will be much briefer than last time. I appreciate your point, Senator Brewick. However, I wish I shared the optimism that you do. This is my last chance to ensure the change happens. It's a lot of people in this room's last chance to ensure that this change actually happens. Many of us won't be here to see whether or not the conversations actually bear any sort of fruit. So this all that I'm asking for, all that I think a lot of people are asking for, is that at least within 18 months something comes. I don't think that's particularly too much to ask for. But yeah, just nothing guarantees that something comes out of those conversations except passing of this bill, the passage of this bill. It's the methodology question. Again, do we want to ensure concretely that change happens, or do you want to rely on the promise of change? I think it's good business sense for the students to go with the first route and ensure that the change actually happens, rather than just relying on a promise. I can't be here to ensure that those conversations actually amount to anything. So I think asking that within 18 months something happens is very reasonable, and I think it's a good thing to do for the students if we want to ensure that. I mean, there's reforms in here that we want to see made, right? And that's what these conversations are about, that the executive branch is talking about. We just can't be sure that anything happens with them. And so asking that it at least happens is the bare minimum. And that's what this bill is doing, is really the bare minimum.
There are less than 5 minutes remaining to debate this bill. Senator Slate.
My comments will be brief. It is clear to me from our conversation tonight that contract negotiation and discussion can and will happen without the termination of our current contract. From what I can see, terminating tonight would only serve as a setback, as people have said. And the Daily made it clear that the contract we have allows and encourages mutually agreed upon changes. So we can be confident that we will see these conversations in action. And I also want to yield my time to the Daily. Kate, if you want to say anything.
That was actually something I was going to highlight in particular. Yeah, our contract does specify that at any point within the contract, we can have these conversations facilitated between our entity and yours. So even though this bill doesn't necessarily ensure that these conversations will happen, in my view, it just ends the contract and essentially puts us in a more unstable position. So I'd really encourage all you guys to look at, if you have the availability of the contract that we have, it does provide means for us to facilitate conversation, and I'd encourage you guys all to continue to follow with that procedure that we've established. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also just want to add, this is the second year of the contract. It hasn't been like we've been absent for 5 years. This is the second year of a contract, and this, like the point that's kind of been mentioned before, this is the first time a lot of us are hearing, or all of us actually, are hearing about this, except with the exceptions of from Finance Director Zastro and President Campbell. Those conversations have been happening, but from y'all, this is the first time we're hearing of this. We didn't know there was unsatisfaction with the contract. We didn't know that there were people that want to be more, have more insight into our finances. We didn't know those things. And I think a lot of this can be chalked up, hopefully, to a lot of miscommunication, whether that be internally on our end, internally on your end, externally between the two. I think coming out of this debate, I am going to hold to the belief that there were no ill intentions. Although that being said, I do just want to hit on intent versus impact. This is something that we talk a lot about in our sorority for a variety of different reasons. Your intent may not have been ill. Your intent may not have been to feel like it's a power trip over us, but that is the impact it's having. And you may not see that at this point, but we're seeing it. Our alumni are seeing it, and as I'm sure you've gathered from the emails that you've received, they're very passionate about it, and we are too. And so the impact this bill has had is very, very, very great, and I appreciate you saying that the intent has been served, because that, I think, gives us a sense of comfort. Anyway, that's it. I yield.
There is a minute and 10 seconds, left to debate this bill. Senator Strickland.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I've received multiple texts throughout the Senate meeting everyone that so far is voting in favor of this bill has started out their statement with, I support the daily, but. Every time it's been, I support the daily, but. If you think this organization is something that is worth keeping, I see no reason for this bill. We have people in place to make sure that these negotiations are happening. We have finance directors last year, we have our executive branch. Those people that are in charge of making sure that these negotiations are happening are already happening.
30 seconds.
I think it's important, and as you can tell, a ton of people think it's important that we keep this organization funded, and I think you should vote no to this bill. And that's all.
Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? We'll go into closing comments with Vice Speaker Debate.
I think we've had a very good discussion, and I think we've covered a lot of really good ground here, ground that necessarily hasn't been covered before, and I think that's a really good thing. I do agree with Finance Director Zaster, this is a question of methodology. However, another thing that we do disagree on is what needs to be changed. And I guess I've spoken a lot about Senate, but I'll take this opportunity to speak about myself personally and where I stand. I really have no ill will towards the daily. I think I've made that clear, and I hope that's the understanding we walk away with. But I've been in a meeting with the daily where they've made it very clear that the current value they're at, the valuation of the contract, the $340,000 annually is the bare minimum they can operate at. It was not something that it seemed like they'd be willing to budge on. And I understand the daily is a big business and they have their own needs. Another thing that I was coming in from with this is that in terms of the scope of the amendment that needs to be pushed out is financial transparency. Really every organization that we fund, their line items are essentially public to some degree, and a lot of the contracts we have direct line items that specify where the money is going. The daily contract is structured very differently. It just has a large lump sum guaranteed expenditure line item, and then that's it with no further details. I think this is public money, and if an organization is receiving up to 1/3 of its funding from a public source, I think that opens up an obligation to make its bookkeeping public as well. If I had gotten a strong, even verbal commitment to both of those things, I don't imagine I would have proceeded with this bill. I imagine I would have dropped it immediately because that's the goal. And really what I'm coming down to is the methodology of enforcing, setting a timeline for a brand new contract, starting from the ground up to fix the deep-rooted structural financial, I believe, problems with the contract. And that's what it is. It's a problem with the contract, not a problem with the daily that we have. I don't think the amendment process might, it could necessarily get there, I suppose. That's not the impression I've had so far. And that's sort of where I'm coming from. I think Senator Carter is very correct in that it's wrong to phrase it as student government's taking the hit. It's more, we don't really have much of a budget for ourselves. It's more, we fund contracts and we fund student organizations, and our incoming money is going down, which means our outlays have to go down, and it's unfair for one to go down and not the other, unfair for this to go down and not the other, and I think both should go down at the same level. This combined with the the daily statement that they are at the bare minimum, that they cannot take any further financial cuts, has, I think, pushed us here. And I also agree with Senator Brake. There's no reason why we can't see this in 3 months from now, and frankly, I see two paths. I think there's certainly a consistent logical argument to be made for either, but the important thing is Senate makes that decision and Senate has that conversation. I think Senate has had that conversation. Now Senate will make that decision. If I'm being honest, I don't think we have the votes for this to pass, but I think yes vote still helps negotiations. It still helps. It makes it clear that as a Senate we need to push this number down. We need to be cognizant of our financial situation, and that being a good student representative and being a good student government is about having services like the daily. It's also about being able to sustain student organizations and all the other fun events that we're able to put on, and sustain all of those at a roughly equivalent level, optimize our budget the best that we can. That's really what this is about. I would have initially preferred to postpone indefinitely. It has clearly not come to that, but whatever we're walking away from. I think, I hope certainly, especially those of you that are coming back, the urgency of this will not be lost. I'm sure it will not. I've had conversations with a lot of you. I've had conversations with the incoming executive, and I'm sure this will not be lost. I'm sure some action will be taken, albeit perhaps at a more tepid pace than right now, but if that's what we think is the right thing to do, I think that is a perfectly valid decision you can make, and I encourage you to be true to how you feel.
30 seconds.
I yield. Call to go.
With that, we will go into a vote, and so because this is specified in the contract, this would require a 2/3 majority vote, or 2/3 supermajority vote of present senators. So currently tonight, there's 31 of you here. That means 21 of you would have to vote yes in order for this to pass. So we'll go ahead. We'll do a roll call vote. Please vote yes, no, or abstain, beginning with Advait. Yes. Atagarla. No. Ulrich. No. Becker.
No.
Brecht.
Yes.
Bruick.
No.
Carter.
No.
Claiborne.
No.
DeVore.
Yes.
Filippi.
Yes.
Finaldi.
No.
Garcia.
No.
Goff. Haas. Hewler.
No.
Larson.
No.
Lent.
No.
Mahoney.
No.
Moscar.
Yes.
Mays.
No.
McCready.
No.
Patel.
Yes.
Ruley.
No.
Seth.
Move me down.
Sayaway.
Yeah.
Skaggs.
No.
Slade.
No.
Stout.
No.
Strickland.
No.
Wigmeister.
No.
Weathers. And Seth.
No.
Of a vote of 8 to 23 to 0, the bill or the Senate order fails. It's been a motion to recess for 5 minutes. Is there a second? Any objection? All right, we've been recessed for 5 minutes, starting now. Sounds good, okay. Is it 3? It's 3, right? Okay. All right, moving on to internal matters, special orders, 2021-3-041 SR, supporting clean energy generation at Iowa State with Senator Seth.
Howdy, folks. So I'm going to try to keep my opening comments on this pretty brief. We have an hour and 20 minutes to get through 6 bills. That's a little stressful. So what I will say on behalf of this bill is that, I think this bill was pretty thoroughly discussed by students and faculty tonight at open forum. There were like 6 or 7 of them who spoke, which is a high number. And I also think that it is clear based on the people who spoke and the support we received from the Green Umbrella, which is that email I sent you with the statement of support, and other organizations, that there are a significant number of people in support of this bill. I ask that you all please just keep that in mind when considering this resolution. Secondly, I have heard concerns about what will happen with the steam tunnels and essentially our ability to heat campus should we not complete the boiler transition. I would like to remind the body that this bill is not discussing all 5 boilers, but rather the 2 coal boilers that are being proposed to be converted to natural gas. So as such, there are currently still 3 other boilers that are already utilizing natural gas, and our heating capacity, while it may decrease a little bit if we do not go through with the boiler transition, we'll still have 3 boilers to supply heat to campus. So our generation of heat to campus will not completely be essentially lost if this boiler transition doesn't happen. And I would also, since I know that some of you wanted to hear comments from members of Facilities Planning, Management, and Administration, Mary Rankin, who is the Director of Sustainability of the university, she was not able to come tonight, but I do have a short statement that she sent me that I'm going to read off to all of you. She said, related to the resolution, we respect this as a discussion and decision of student government. I would welcome you to share the information I provided in an earlier correspondence, which I will say in a minute, to offer an overview related to the sustainability plan being implemented. Facilities Planning and Management is implementing a sustainability plan endorsed by the University Sustainability Committee and approved by the university president. That plan, including the conversion of the remaining power plant coal boilers to natural gas, will reduce campus greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2025 at no net additional cost to the university. We recognize this as an interim step in achieving greater needed reductions. Thank you for your additional offer to pass this correspondence to other members of the Senate. We welcome the opportunity for further discussion. So I recognize that a lot of you may have concerns about this bill, and I'd like to take some time to address the concerns that you may have about this bill. If you have a question, I please invite you and I implore you to ask that question. You can direct questions to me or Jaden and Cheyenne, who are members and representatives of Climate Reality. So with that, I will yield for discussion.
There's been a motion to move the SI committee amendments. Is there a second? Go into a discussion period on those amendments. Speaker Weathers.
Perhaps you already did this, Senator Seth, but would you be able to speak on these amendments and the rationale behind them?
Yeah, so basically, these amendments are kind of meant to kind of clear up maybe some language in the bill as a whole. So one of the resolve clause, the Iowa State University proposed a climate action plan. It was brought to my attention we can't really do that. So we amended that to just say request that the university to be in line with that of a resolution. With the does not endorse amendment, we felt that condemn may have been a bit of an intense word to throw out there in relation to the boiler transition. So we wanted to kind of go with a more moderate approach to the wording there, as well as with the potentially reallocating or redirecting the pre-allocated budget for the boiler transition amendment. That amendment was made because we didn't want to give the impression that we were telling Facilities Planning and Management that they have, like, this is what they should do with their money, but rather noting that as maybe a potential option or something that they could consider looking into. So if that clears up your question, Speaker Weathers, about why we moved or why we proposed those amendments. That was the reasoning behind it, just to make the bill, I guess, less severe in a sense.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of them. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Strickland? Jermaine, so we're talking about the amendments right now. You're all good. All right, anyone have anything else to say on the amendments? Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? We'll go into a voting period on the amendments. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to adding the SI committee amendments unanimously? All right, seeing no objections, amendments have been added. Back on the main motion. Senator Strickland, go ahead. Senator Recht?
I move to add Senator Schnepp to the roll.
Any objection? Senator Schnepp has been added to the roll. Speaker Weathers?
At least on first glance, I'm in favor of this bill. But I'll admit, I'm sure many of you in here will admit that you just don't have as much knowledge as maybe you'd like to about the whole situation. Unfortunately, a lot of our interaction with the university comes from the executive branch. So does anyone from the executive branch right now have any sort of indication as to the university's thoughts on this, or any arguments they've given as to why they want to make the change towards this? What is this? It's not a boiler. It's the methane-based energy, whatever it is.
Someone from the executive branch that Weathers can
There may
yield this
very
time
well
to?
not be anybody, but okay. Does anyone from Sustainability Committee perhaps have some insight as to the university's arguments or their stance or anything like that? Okay. Let me do some quick Googling. I yield.
Senator Brewick?
Hey everyone, so I wanted to come out and express my support for this bill. Actually, Jaden emailed me, and he's one of my constituents in Freddie Court, and he laid out, similar to how the whereas clauses do, laid out the climate reality side for this resolution, and I found it very compelling. I thought it was well thought out, well researched, and very well put. My concern before this meeting with voting in favor of this resolution was that I had not heard the university's side. And at this time, I still don't necessarily feel that I'm fully informed of the university side, but after hearing the statement that Senator Seth read out, I do believe that what all the various members of Climate Reality spoke at Open Forum, and as Jaden's email indicated, that this is the arguments behind this transition and why this is the better idea for transitioning to transition these boilers as opposed to looking at green options is checking boxes. The statement that was provided to Senator Seth is very lacking in detailed arguments, and while I suppose the university doesn't have to provide those, that is their prerogative and is the money they have control over. it's incredibly disappointing to hear that when the elected representative of the students is discussing an action by the university, the response is, please refer to our previous statements and see how these various strictly speaking requirements have been met. I find that incredibly disappointing. And in light of the compelling arguments in favor from Climate Reality and the lack of attempted argument from the university, I find myself feeling that this is a necessary resolution to, again, bring this issue to attention and make it more of an issue that actually has to be responded to. So I yield, and I urge you to vote in support of this resolution.
Senator Mahoney.
So I won't lie, I originally had some concerns with the resolution as it stood, not in terms of what it was trying to do, which is address, as a university, the climate crisis, because I'm in full support of that, obviously. I would like to have a Earth to live on in a few dozen years. But regardless, I was more so concerned with some of the feasibility issues brought up by going to pure renewables, and I was actually one of the senators that sort of expressed concern, perhaps not overstepping our bounds in a sense, but I was worried if we took the original hardline stance that this bill had before we adopted the SI committee amendments, that we'd be more apt to be ignored and to not get at least the concessions that we really desperately want, which is them to begin to prioritize renewables and to actually take a serious look at it. That was my concern, that it'd be more easy to ignore that since we were more or less calling for the exact stop of the transition, which I would still like to see happen, despite some of my technological concerns with the heating and the power that we actually need as a university, but I won't get into that. But I do think with the SI committee amendments, it's much harder for them to ignore what we really, really want, which is them to actually seriously look at and prioritize renewables in the coming couple of years rather than decade or two as it's standing right now. And I think it gives enough room for all of that to actually happen without being outright perhaps ignored. That was my original concern, that if we passed a resolution that we just kind of get ignored. And so I think the SI committee amendments make me very apt to vote yes, and to give this resolution the strength and voice that it desperately needs, and that this university desperately takes the actions that it needs to take as an institution and as a state and as a country and as a global community.
Speaker Weathers.
All right, a question then for President Campbell. I believe you have a statement that was issued, not to you, but just generally about this.
That's correct. I'm going to remain seated just so I can read my laptop here. So looking back, this was September 10th of 2021. I had received an update from a forwarded email just for my awareness on this topic. So I'll start from here in the email, and I believe this had been communicated to climate, your group here, and so just for the awareness of the entire body. So Iowa State University shares this group's long-term goal of carbon neutrality. The university's boiler project is an intermediate interim step that will significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35%, as well as reduce other emissions in a cost-effective way. This, however, does not preclude the university from future steps, and indeed, the university continues to take a number of actions. Here are a few examples of how the university is working towards carbon neutrality and sustainability goals here on campus, as well with our community and state. And then there are 5 bullet points. I'll continue to read those. Last fall, President Winterstein endorsed a 5-year strategic plan for sustainability and operations, which, in addition to the boiler project, includes tripling the use of renewable energies and reducing annual building energy consumption by 5% by 2025. In January, Iowa State University received a $2.2 million endowment to establish the Grather Family Fund for Climate Science Advancement to support innovative and interdisciplinary climate science programming and student learning opportunities, including undergraduate research. The university is working with the City of Ames to develop a climate action plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Iowa State has 2 representatives who are part of this effort, Mark Cruz, Director of Utilities, and Bill Gutowski, Professor of Geological and Atmospheric Sciences and Chair of the University Sustainability Committee. Iowa State University is also working with the state of Iowa on its goal of a more carbon-free economy. The governor's new carbon sequestration task force includes 2 working groups focused on agriculture and energy that have representatives from Iowa State University. And a final bullet point, a variety of other projects are coordinated through the ISU Office of Sustainability. As our campus leaders outlined, a significant challenge is a carbon-free replacement to natural gas. This challenge is not unique to Iowa State University. We continue to review what other institutions are doing and how technology and alternative fuels are developing.
Okay, thank you. That's good, President Campbell. I appreciate that. So for climate reality, I'm sure you're familiar with that statement. How do you find it lacking, I suppose?
Because we talked about it significantly during our meetings, and we came up, I discussed it with my members to show in each way how those bullet points are lacking. So in the first way, last fall when President Winterstein endorsed the 5-year sustainability plan that she's talking about reducing annual building energy consumption by 5%, we say that, that's not necessary. They're adding that as a fluff piece to continue with greenwashing and to continue to distract from what our ask is, and that is to implement clean energy infrastructure on campus. We haven't raised many concerns with building energy consumption. We're not saying that there's not more that can be done there. That's just not what the topic of our campaign is. And so that's basically my issue with that. Also, I would like to say that in that statement, she says that they're going to triple the use of their renewable energy use on campus. And what they mean by that is they're going to buy more renewable energy credits. So as Jaden said in his public comment in open forum, that is legal bragging rights to represent clean energy on campus. They are still emitting the exact same amount of emissions from the power plant, and they are still buying electricity from the grid that is fossil fuel based.
Sure, okay. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, I just have limited time. So what alternative then, if not the transition to the methane power, would you propose, or would Climate Reality propose?
So we keep it broad to say clean energy so that the university has the ability to choose which alternative is the best for them. And they would do this by conducting the clean energy analysis. However, it makes the most sense given our region and given research that is done by numerous experts that we would transition towards a combination of wind, solar, and battery storage in order to be the most cost-effective and most reliable source of energy that we can provide.
15 seconds.
Okay, I have more thoughts. I encourage the rest of the Senate to ask about the alternative and make sure it's actually feasible. But I do agree with you. This is obviously something we should be tackling.
Senator DeVore.
Thank you. When this bill was on first read, Senator Seth, I asked you a question of intent. Senator Seth, would you yield? Would you yield for a question? So I asked you if you were going to have conversations with the university about the cost of, their proposed plan of the methane boilers versus what you guys are proposing. I understand you had a conversation with a leader in sustainability on campus, but have you had those conversations with leaders that will be involved in making the final decision in regards to the power plant?
So I would say that me specifically as a senator, I would say, the reason why I initially answered yes to your question of intent was because it was a yes or no question. The answer is a lot more gray, if that makes any sense. So I personally haven't had conversations with facilities planning and management, so specifically Mark Cruz, who is essentially in charge of the power plant, but Climate Reality has had conversations with Mark Cruz. Last semester, they toured the power plant on campus, and Mark Cruz, if I'm not mistaken, was at that tour, and you were able to ask him questions about essentially the boiler transition and learn about what it was that facilities planning and management was doing. So when I answered yes, I answered that from the perspective of at least one of the co-sponsors on the bill had that conversation.
Okay, thank you. So I guess then to the representatives, I think a lot of us are confused then. In your guys' open forum, you mentioned a $16 million figure. Is that the cost of the university's proposed methane boilers, or is that what you guys are proposing?
No, that is the allotted, it's already allotted, it's already found funds for their boiler transition.
So the university has came up with $16 million for this transition?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have any any idea, ballpark figure of what something you would be proposing would cost?
Well, what we are asking for is, well, first, they don't even know how much a clean energy transition would cost because they refuse to do a clean energy analysis. But we propose that they take these funds that they have already allocated, so it's no difference to anybody. Take these funds and start the investment in clean energy. We would still keep 3 fracked gas boilers that are currently on and able to provide all of the energy demand necessary on campus at any given moment, except for possibly in January and February during extreme cold weather. But in the time that it's taking to implement the clean energy, we would still have the 2 coal boilers to help provide that extra energy. And then once the clean energy infrastructure is in place, that would be able to account for that extra energy generation. And in that time, other than accounting for extra energy generation, they can sell back the extra energy that is produced from renewables to the grid for a profit or to pay back on their initial investment.
So just to clarify, to make sure I have my facts straight, you guys are proposing that the $16 million that's been allotted be reallocated towards investing in renewable energy, but that will not totally take over the university's energy requirements the day that whatever that might be is built.
Right. Just like how the 2 coal boilers can't, provide all of the energy on campus, and this isn't reflective of an entire infrastructure change, neither would that $16 million investment into clean energy. That wouldn't reflect the entire investment into clean energy for looking in the future.
So in the long run then, the total cost for moving to renewable energy would be far more expensive than this initial $16 million. In a few years, again, the university would probably have to come up with another lump sum, sufficient funds of money to complete that transition to renewable, correct?
Correct. Just with any infrastructure change, they would have to do that.
Okay. So I guess kind of some of the similar concerns that Speaker Weathers shared. Anytime we pass a resolution as an official opinion of the Senate, I want to make sure I'm informed before I vote on it, and I think that the Senate needs to be informed before we make such a statement. And so I think that speaking for anyone that votes no on the resolution tonight is not saying that they don't support clean energy and they don't support the transition to renewable energy. I just would like to see a more clear path of what that might look like, because right now things
30
seem
seconds.
things seem pretty cloudy, I guess, about what that might look like. I can't go knocking on the door to the university demanding something if when they come out and say, "What do you want?" I don't have an answer for them. I yield.
Right. Senator Carter.
Hi. All right, so as a graduate student in the Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing and Environment program, it's probably not a surprise that I'm supporting this resolution. But one of the things that I want to speak to more specifically is that I think that there's one thing there's a couple things I think are really important to remember here. And the first of those things is that I think we have a tendency when we're students to think of our experience as being sort of like encapsulated within the 4 to 5 years that we're within an institution. And I think that this is actually something that, contrary to a lot of the legislation that we usually pass, this is something that actually affects a broader world outside of our institution. And so I think that that's an important thing to keep in mind, that when we're considering this resolution, we're considering it not necessarily as representatives of the student body, but as participants in our greater world. The second thing that I want to speak to is this question of cost. I think that cost is a really difficult question, and I think that we have a tendency to put things in terms of cost, especially when it comes to dollars and cents. But this is kind of a disingenuous perspective, and it lacks a particular kind of nuance when it comes to looking at environmental issues, particularly since so much of the cost is actually externalized as externalities. A good example of this is our current food system. So we tend to eat a lot of cheap food. Food is affordable, and it's touted by a lot of people as being this miracle that it's very affordable. But the reality is that it's often only affordable because the true cost of that food is being externalized in other ways, environmental costs to our environment. And so I think that when we're thinking about the cost of something, in the face of a climate crisis, money shouldn't matter and doesn't matter. Because that's the reality of the situation. Money is inherently an unreal thing. But the climate crisis is very much not. And so I think that in this moment, it's important to remember that when we're talking about legislation, when we're talking about cost, the question of cost and capital is not financial, not entirely. It involves a lot of other things as well.
All right. Senator,
Madam President, I move the amendments on screen. Sorry to interrupt.
there's been a motion to move the amendments on screen. Is there a second? All right, we'll go into a debating period on those amendments. Question has been called for. For amendments. Do you withdraw your objection? All right. We'll go into a voting period on the amendments. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to adding the amendments on the screen? All right, seeing none, the amendments have been added back on the main motion. We'll go to Vice Speaker Bate.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the organization for coming out. Thank you for everyone that has spoken up tonight. Certainly this is an important goal, and Senator DeWart put it really nicely. Even those that might not necessarily vote yes today doesn't mean they're necessarily against the bill. But I do think we're missing something very critical tonight. This is something I've mentioned to the representatives, at least one of them when I had a meeting on Monday, and other the people that have brought up the bill. I'll be short because I know we're running out of time on the entire Senate meeting here. But I think we're missing university representation, and I do appreciate the fact that we have the statement from the Office of Sustainability, but that is not the power plant. It's not the unit that this bill is touching directly. And I'm going to draw an allegory to the Daily bill here. I'm sure a lot of us would have voted differently on the Daily bill if I was the only person you were talking to because, well, I have a certain perspective and I have certain things I believe in, and I'm limited in how well I can represent other people's perspectives because, well, I am not other people and my mind is limited to my brain. We held back the Daily bill a week so the Daily could be here so we could have those two, diametrically opposed viewpoints and we could make an informed decision. I don't think we quite have that luxury here right now. And even from the statement itself, it's a little confusing to me in that I think we don't have it, and perhaps, we do have an understanding of the full picture, but I don't know if we have that for certain. I don't think if we know entirely how this is fitting into the big picture, the bigger plan the university might have or might not have. I mean, that's entirely possible that is the case. But I guess the point I'm making is we can know more. A lot of people say our opinion resolutions don't matter because they can't do anything, but they do. I've been here for 3 years. I've seen resolutions come up. I mean, one that immediately comes to mind is the Department of Residence resolution. When we had racist incidents occur in the Department of Residence facilities, and we had a resolution censuring the Department of Residence in no uncertain terms. It was a pretty harsh resolution. But Pete Englund, I believe the director of the Department of Residence, I might be getting the title wrong, but Pete Englund showed up to the meeting. Pete Englund was there. Pete Englund was asking questions. We had a productive conversation. We talked about the challenges they were facing, what they were doing. And yes, we still passed the bill. We still censured the Department of Residence. And Pete Englund, if I'm remembering correctly, understood where we were coming from. I don't think we have that opportunity to have that discussion simply because those people are not present in the room. And that might be, A, because they don't see the point in showing up, perhaps, but it's also maybe because they just had scheduled conflicts and they couldn't get back to us on the timeline that we have. I think our resolutions are taken seriously because we're deliberative, we're purposeful, we're balanced, and we hear all sides before we make that decision. And I'm frankly somewhat uncomfortable with making that decision without having that other side present almost. I mean, in all likelihood, maybe they agree with the group, maybe they don't. I can't speak to that. Lastly, looking at the resolution, I think a good point Senator DeWart touched on is, I mean, I can say this as an engineer, I think part of the resolution is asking us to collectively be an engineer here and figure out a lot of the intricate technical details here that, frankly, I don't think I'm qualified to. I don't think any of us are qualified to. What we can do as a legislative body is weigh arguments. We can weigh arguments from opposing sides. That's exactly what we did on the Daily Bill, and I think the same logic applies here as well. We cannot be collective engineers. I don't think we have the ability to do that. And if we are rolling back this bill to essentially just say we want to eventually go to clean energy, well, we've already done that when we passed, and more, when we passed the resolution declaring a climate emergency at Iowa State. So I think if we are to consider this bill, it has to be purposeful. I do certainly agree this can be a very good cause, but as it stands, I don't see why it necessarily needs to be tackled today at this point. I mean, I keep coming back to the Daily Bill, as I'm sure a lot of more of you would have voted yes, based on my perspective, just talking to me. And the Daily had a different perspective. Finance Director Zastrow had a different perspective, and we weighed those arguments, and we made that informed decision. And even though it wasn't perhaps what I would have pushed for, I respect that. That's how we should do things. That's how we get the best decision possible, is we all make the best arguments that we can, and we weigh them. And one last allegatory on the Daily Bill is that doesn't necessarily mean we have to vote this down. Perhaps we can postpone it to a later Senate meeting when those representatives can be there. This is a question we can consider, and perhaps pass this bill
30 seconds.
purposefully, going to a very well-defined objective with that other perspective in the room, just maybe not necessarily today. I will yield. I'm running out of time. I apologize.
Question has been called for and seconded. Is there any, there's been an objection? We'll go ahead and debate the objection. Go ahead.
I think that there's still debate that would like to be had on this bill. So I understand that we're on a bit of a time crunch, but I think it is relevant and important to allow people to speak and give this bill the debate that it needs. So that is why I object to this.
Senator Kuehler.
Yes, I 100% agree with that, precisely because Vice Speaker Advait has expressed some opinions against the bill, and I believe that we should be given a chance to sort of address those concerns.
Senator Brecht.
We have at this point about 48 minutes left of this meeting, and we still have 5 or 6 bills left, all that I think also make impacts on our students. And I mean, I feel pretty confident in saying that most of this body already knows how they're going to vote, and I don't foresee a whole lot of minds changing, and so I think we need to keep that in perspective.
All right, we're going to vote on the, seeing no objections, we're going to go vote on the objection. And so if the objection passes, we're going back to debate. So voting yes means we want to go back to debate. Voting no, we're going to go into a vote. So please vote yes or abstain. We'll do a placard vote for this one, starting with the yeses. Okay, keep them high and keep them there, please. Noes? Keep them high, please. Any abstentions? For yes? All right, of a vote of 13 to 18 to 0, the objection fails, meaning we will go into closing comments for our vote. So, back to closing comments then from Senator Seth.
So I do have closing comments. So I'm going to address a couple of the things that were mentioned on the floor. One of the things that I would like to point out is that I did email representatives from Facilities Planning and Management, specifically Mark Cruz, who is in charge of the power plant, and Bob Curry. They did not respond to my email. So take that as you will. Maybe they were busy, or maybe they just didn't feel a need to respond. So I think that is a relevant thing to consider when voting on this bill. Overall, I think part of the intent behind the bill, and I think one of the things that's also important to think about when we're voting on this bill, is that, this is a conversation that needs to keep going. And I think, I think this resolution is valuable, as a means of continuing that conversation and thinking about what else can we do besides a boiler transition. And I think that's a conversation that needs to continue to happen, and that's why I think this resolution is also important, because it continues that conversation and it provides that perspective from students like us who have these viewpoints on this bill. So again, I would encourage you all to vote yes on this bill. I think it's incredibly important, and I think we've laid out a lot of good points. Yeah, can I yield my time to somebody on closing comments?
Not during closing comments.
Yeah, sorry, Cheyenne. Yeah, I think this is incredibly important, and where's I going to go with that? Basically, this bill is something that I think there's a lot of support behind. If you all have seen the comments during open forum, there are a lot of people out there who are passionate about this, who came in to speak tonight. Professor Gutowski, who is an IPCC climate scientist, also came here tonight to support this bill, and I think that is not something that you all should take lightly. This person is a member of University Sustainability Committee, and he came here to talk to you all about this bill. So also keep that in mind, and keep all the people who came in during open forum to talk about this bill and why it's important. And consider all the arguments that were made here tonight. This isn't the end of the conversation. If this resolution is passed, there will be more conversations to be had. This is not the end. We're just providing, essentially, with the daily bill, a means for that conversation to continue to happen and to occur. With that, I yield. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go into a vote. Roll call vote. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Beginning with Adegarla. Yes. Ulrich.
Yes.
Becker.
Yes.
Recht.
No.
Ruick.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Claiborne.
Yes.
DeVore.
No.
Filippi.
No.
Finaldi.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Goff.
Yes.
Haas.
Yes.
Euler.
Yes.
Larson.
Yes.
Lent.
Yes.
Mahoney.
Yes.
Moskar.
Yes.
Mays.
Yes.
McCready.
Yes.
Patel.
Yes.
Ruley.
Yes.
Seth.
Yes.
Schnepp, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, okay, sorry. Seth.
Yes.
Sayaway.
Yes.
Gags.
Yes.
Slade.
Yes.
Stout.
Yes.
Strickland.
Yes.
Wegmeister. And Withers. Of a vote of 28 to 4 to 0, the resolution passes. Senator Ruick.
I move to amend the agenda to move 2021-3-031F, catching a map mistake. My apologies. 2021-3-03F, adopting revised student government priorities for asset funding above correcting dispersal of funds for organizations no longer needing them in special orders under matters.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move adopting revised student government priorities for asset funding at the under special orders. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, that has been moved to special orders. We'll go into that bill, 2021-3-030F, new business adopting revised student government priorities for asset funding with Senator Ruley. And just a reminder, this is first read, so if we want to vote on it this evening, we'll have to waive first read.
Move to waive first read.
Second.
Been a motion to waive first read. And a second. Question has been called for. Is there any objection to voting now? We'll go into a voting period. This is on whether or not to waive first read. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to waiving first read on this bill? All right, seeing no objections, first we're going to waive first read. We'll go into the main motion.
Lydia, if you want to talk a bit about what's going on with your priorities, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. So these priorities are pretty much exactly the same as they were last year. The only two additions that we did make were priority number 3. We added in mental health services, outpatient mental health services, crisis intervention programs, public education and awareness programs. So I was talking to Ludwig and also DEI. I talked to former presidentials and then the next people coming into presidentials. I'm so sorry. But this is the input that I got, that mental health is something that we need to pay attention to. And then in addition to that, under number 6, priority number 6, diversity and inclusion programs, I added subpoint B, which is empowerment and development programs for students who identify as having a disability. Because this is something that is included in DEI programs, we just wanted to include it in words in our priorities. Does anyone have any questions?
Speaker Weathers. Speaker Weathers.
Thank you. So the last point there, legal aid services now provided by student legal services. Are there a fairly large amount of civil cases, probation services that affect students that aren't handled by student legal services?
Yeah, so this kind of relates to CCJ, Creative Center for Justice. This is the one that kind of falls under. They do probation services, it does affect a lot of students. CCJ is a way for students to not have to go to court and like go through actual jail. They get sent to CCJ and they work on rehabilitation. So they do have a lot of Iowa State students there who like got picked up for public intox or something. So instead of going to actual through the court system, they just get sent to this rehabilitation program. So that's what that covers.
Okay, thank you. I think the only concern that most people would ever have with a bill like this is making sure that it benefits students.
Yeah, and then at the top of the priorities too, like it is stated, this is something that all of our volunteers know when they're going through asset funding allocations. It is stated at the top, like we want to fund programs that aren't funded already by student government.
Right, thank you.
Senator Rulli.
I also want to address that Speaker Weathers' question there. We also, through our asset process fund, with Berry County, we fund the $4,899 for
Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? Seeing no objections, Senator Rulli, do you have any closing comments? No closing comments. We'll go into a vote. Since this is a finance bill, we will request a placard vote. So we'll vote yes, no, or abstain, starting with yeses. Noes? Any abstentions? All right, seeing none. Vote of 32 to 0. The bill passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. Moving on to 2021-3-042 SO, correcting dispersal of funds for organizations no longer needing them, with Senator Bruick.
Can I yield my opening privilege? I'll yield to Finance Director Zastro.
I talked about this last week. There's some restructuring going on with Sports Club Council members. To be very clear, this is not us reducing funding for organizations. This is just saying if the organizations are no longer serving that capacity, those changes will be issued. We don't know at the time which organizations will be still needing student government funding. Organizations that are not structurally changing will not have any changes in funds at all. This is not predictive. We don't know anything that isn't publicly known. This is just enabling for flexibility over the summer.
Senator Seth?
So this is probably a question for Finance Director Zastro. So can you, I guess, explain kind of what exactly, for the benefit of the body, can you explain kind of what happened with Sports Club Council, just so we understand kind of the need behind the bill and why this is occurring?
Sure. So as a lot of you know, there's an accident with Crew Club a little over a year ago now, in which 2 of their members died. It was a tragedy, and we should all acknowledge the very real risk that a lot of sports clubs have. And so that began a process of about a year-long review on what safety procedures are online for sports clubs. And they were sorted into 3 organizations, those which were considered low risk, stuff like billiards, badminton. I think soccer is probably low risk. I'm not exactly sure. And then there was a medium risk organization tier where it was determined some organizations required a heightened level of just regular, security procedures, making sure that there was advanced training, making sure that their advisors were properly equipped. And so it's just Rec Services investing a lot more in the support services for those organizations. And then there's the highest tier, which is level, it's for organizations that were determined to be of a prohibitive level of risk. Those involved the equestrian, hunt, and western teams, rodeo, some other organizations. I think it was about 15 total. And those organizations were given essentially 2 options. And I'll also say that the sortation is not final. They're going through reviews right now to determine which groups are even in that highest level. But for the groups in the highest tier, they were no longer going to be supported by Rec Services. If they would continue to exist, they would need to meet those higher standards that the medium group is also held by. But they would need to find a new department to support them in their activities financially, largely, and also taking on any liability risk for, if there is, capital equipment that's deemed to be unsafe, for example. They would need to be renewing plates on carts. They would need to be doing regular checkups on equipment. And all that falls to the department that would be adopting them. Organizations that aren't able to find a new department would need to transition to an enthusiast organization. So, for example, for Triathlon Club, which is one of the organizations that in the preliminary sense was found to be in the highest, the prohibitive level of risk, they could be an organization that, meets on Tuesday nights and they talk about, oh my gosh, I love triathlons. And then they might say, hey, there's a group of us that are going to this triathlon, somewhere, down in Des Moines. But the actual participation in that activity is not overseen by Iowa State, and they're not performing in that activity as a student organization on behalf of or representing Iowa State in any capacity. So those organizations would no longer be eligible for transportation costs, registration costs, insurance costs, league participation costs, because none of those activities would be done as the club through Iowa State. And then some organizations presumably will not be interested in that enthusiast status and will choose to disband. That would be the choice of their members.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That makes more sense.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to adopt the amendments reflected on screen.
It's been a motion and a second to adopt the amendments reflected on the screen. Is there any objection to passing those unanimously? All right, seeing none, they've been added. Back on the main motion.
Madam President, I call the question and ask unanimous consent to adopt this motion.
It's been a motion or call to question and a motion to pass this bill unanimously. And we'll do closing comments. Is there any objection to passing this unanimously? All right, seeing none, we'll go to closing comments. Senator Bruick. All right, the bill passed unanimously. All right, moving on to General Orders 2021-3-027, Finance and Rules Joint Revision of Section 3 with Speaker Weathers.
Okay, a bunch of changes in here. I have not gathered my thoughts enough to tell you about every single one, but this came about, you can rest assured, after I think it was a little over a 2-hour meeting between Rules and Finance, and then Rules has also seen this additionally, so this has had a lot of sets of eyes upon it. Right now, I will move the Rules Committee amendments.
Been a motion and a second to move the Rules Committee amendments. Is there any discussion?
Question.
Question has been called for. Motion now proceed to vote. Is there any, or going to voting period? Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to adding those Rules Committee amendments unanimously? All right, seeing none, they've been added. Back on the main motion once again.
Yeah, I won't go through these one by one, but I do ask that if any of you have questions, you direct them to me or to Finance Director Zastro or anyone else on Finance or Rules who you think may be more capable of handling this. But I open myself up to questions. I yield.
All right. Is there any discussion, any comments from the body? Question has been called for and seconded. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we'll go into closing comments. No closing comments from Speaker Weathers. We'll go into a voting period. We'll do a placard vote. Please vote yes, no, or abstain, starting with yeses. Any noes? Any abstentions? All right. A vote of 32 to 0 to 0, the bill passes. Now on to 2021-3-043 SE, Section 2 of the Rules Revision with Senator Mahoney.
This is a pretty dry bylaw or Senate Rules of Order change bill. It just essentially clarifies a lot of the language or numbering that is present within Section 2 of the Senate Rules of Order. The only substantive changes are really updating things to reflect reality so that the oath of office is actually supposed to be administered by a member of the Supreme Court or the Chief Justice, as well as change when work sessions are supposed to occur so that they do not overlap with Senate as they were originally within the bylaws. So I will begin by moving the Rules Committee amendments.
There's been a motion to move the Rules Committee amendments in a second. All right, we'll go into a discussion period on those. Question has been called for. And seconded. Any objection to voting now? We'll go into a voting period. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to adding the Rules Committee amendments unanimously? Seeing none, they've been added. Back on the main motion. Or any discussion on the bill? Question has been called for and seconded. Is there any objection to voting now? Closing comments, Senator Mahoney? All right, seeing none, we'll go into a vote. Do a placard vote, starting with yeses. Any noes? Abstentions? All right, vote 32 to 0 to 0, the bill passes. All right, moving on to new business, 2021-3-029, Chapter 9, changes with Speaker Weathers.
Okay, give me just a moment. We're moving pretty quickly. And there's no particular need to do that, just for everyone. And this bill will probably have a bit more changes and discussion warranted on it. These are almost entirely the thoughts of Finance Director Zastro. So though my name is on it, he is the author, in fact. What was I going to do? Oh, I moved to waive second read.
There's been a motion and a second to waive first read. Second read, excuse me, on the bill. We'll go into a discussion period. Question has been called for and seconded. We'll vote now on whether or not to waive first read. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to waiving first read on this bill? All right, seeing none, it's been waived. We're back on the main motion.
All right, I will direct a portion of my opening speaking privilege to Finance Director Zastro.
Yeah, the Rules Finance bill, our meeting last semester only got through Chapter 5. I had everything set out. I sent these recommendations to Speaker Weathers and Vice Speaker Dvait back in February. So there's been plenty of time for Rules Committee to look over them. We also saw it in Rules yesterday. Yeah, so happy to hear any discussion. But this looks good to me, but of course I wrote it. Also, I would request that we remove the second to last enacted clause. We had some further discussion today that I think that we need to have amendments to Section 9.9. That's something we can do in the future. But as of right now, that's not ripe for just removing in its entirety. I yield.
Right, it's been a motion to, is the second to last enacted clause? Okay, it's reflected on the screen and seconded. We'll go into a discussion period. Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? We'll go to a voting period. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to adding the amendment unanimously? All right, seeing none, it's been added. Back on the main motion. Senator Rulli.
My question is on the third enacted clause about bylaw 9.3.3.3.4. It is under my interpretation that it's being changed to say any campus department requesting funding, and then the next statement strikes it by saying 9.3.3.3.2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and 9. 4 is included in that list. Or was it your intention to change it and delete it, or just change it?
So this is the list of partnered organizations, and in the list of the 10 organizations that are specifically laid out, if you read this from top to bottom in order of implementation, that's correct. So I guess realistically, if you read this, it's eliminating 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Those are all campus departments, and then it's adding in by law 9.3.3.4, just saying any campus department requesting funding.
Yeah, that was my question. I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah. Is there any more discussion on the bill? Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? We'll go to closing comments with Speaker Weathers. No closing comments. We'll go into a voting period. We'll do a placard vote. Please vote yes, no, or abstain, beginning with yeses. Any noes? Any abstentions? Is she here? Oh, gotcha. I have a vote of 29 to 0 to 3. The bill passes. All right, on to our last bill, 2021-3-031F, catching a math mistake with Senator Mahoney.
I move to waive first read.
It's been a motion and a second to waive first read. We'll go into discussion. Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? We'll go into a voting period on whether we're to waive first read. Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection to waiving first read on this bill? All right, seeing no objections, we're going to waive first read. Go into the main motion. Senator Mahoney.
I will yield my opening speaking privilege to Finance Director Zastro.
Yeah, so this is just amending the big picture bill. I'm pretty sure that I calculated, we had the whole thing with GPSS 1/3 versus 2/3 in the sheet, calculating income and everything. It's off by only $20 if I calculate the 6% from when GPSS was allocated 1/3 in my data sheet. So that's got to be what happened, but I just didn't update the total. So that's my bad. And then we're just reducing the amount out. It was an over budget, not an under budget. So we're just reducing the amount by a corresponding. It's about 10,000 from that would be coming out of special projects. I yield.
Do you withdraw? Great. Speaker Weathers.
All right, I move to strike in the second whereas clause the phrase "great as." Get goofy with it. It's our last bill.
All right, we'll go into discussion period on the amendment. Senator Bruick.
It's his last meeting, man. On. I yield.
All right, Senator Mahoney.
If we strike it, it also grammatically doesn't make any sense anymore.
All right, is there a call to question on the amendment? Speaker Weathers. Do you withdraw?
He was called on before, so.
Speaker Weathers.
What's the rush? Also, it does make grammatical sense. It says, as Finance Director Zastro is, he too makes mistakes. It makes sense grammatically. Yeah, we have an English grad student here. Okay. I yield.
Is there a call to question on the amendment? All right, is there a call? Thank you. All right, there's been a call to question on the amendment. In a second, we'll go into a voting period on the amendment. All right, we'll go into a placard vote. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Starting with yeses. This is on the amendment. This is on the amendment that's proposed on the screen. Raise them high, please. Noes. All right, of a vote of 17 to 15 to 0, the amendment passes. All right, back on the main motion. Question has been called for and seconded. Any objection to voting now? All right, we'll go into closing comments with Senator Mahoney. All right, no closing comments. Since this is a finance bill, we will do a roll call vote. Placard vote has been requested. Please vote yes, no, or abstain, beginning with yeses. Noes. Any abstentions? All right. Of a vote of 32 to 0, the bill passes. All right, on to closing announcements. Senator Finaldi. Please quiet down. We're going to go into closing announcements.
Okay, sorry in advance. I typed up a whole thing. All right. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to talk about my experience with student government this past year. Firstly, I'm so grateful for my friend Ellie Crabb, who encouraged me to run for Senate, and I'm eternally grateful for that. This has been the most influential and impactful accomplishment of my college career. I love people, I love learning, and I love helping people when the circumstance allows. This organization not only allowed me to indulge in those things, but it has encouraged me to do so each and every day. I have had such a privilege to hold this seat as a liberal arts and sciences senator, a PR committee member, a DEI committee member, and a police student advisory board member. The connections, relationships, friendships, learning experiences, and the memories that I have gained throughout this adventure are inexplicable. I came into student government as someone who had very little knowledge of Robert's rules, Senate etiquette, but with the interest of the proactivity of this organization and a copious amount of willingness to learn, I will reiterate that I'm eternally grateful for everything that I have experienced with student government for the past year. My only regret is not running for this seat sooner. Thank you to everyone who I've encountered throughout this adventure. I have learned so much. I've learned so much from so many of you, whether it was something about a bill, something I couldn't quite wrap my head around, or whether or not you like Nutter Butter or Oreo cookies better. I will miss the Senate office very much. It has been, it's a place I can go to when I need some social interaction, a place to learn, a place to put myself out there, to get to know all of you a little bit better, and most importantly, a place that puts a smile on my face. I'm sorry for going on and on about this, but as my undergrad experience has come to an end, reflecting on the best things during that time is something I will gladly waste my breath on. I want to reflect closely on a couple of things. I had the best time being a member of the PR committee. I learned so much and like to think that this committee has enabled me to grow as an individual. I have made some incredible friends thanks to this team. Next, I want to shout out the friendships I have made in this room. I'm so grateful to have become friends with the people around me, specifically Kit, Bailey, Bryce, Jay, Eliana, Jamie, Madeline, Mason, Dawson, and Jacob. You all taught me so much and have been such great friends to me, even when we were not in session. I'm not sure what I'll do without Ludwig's silly text messages throughout Senate, the occasional snack with Kit and Bailey, or the smirks, giggles, and occasional glares across the room on Wednesday nights. So thank you, everyone. You have all contributed to my experience throughout this adventure, and I'm so appreciative of my time as a senator.
Senator Lent. Senator Lent.
Please pick up your t-shirts. Or else Sophia will get mad at me. Yeah, you would. Eventually. Yeah, true. Just please get your t-shirts. I finally got mine. She had to bring it to me and present it to me, but I got it, so you can too. Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Senator Brecht.
As I reflect on my time, my year in student government, I just a couple observations to share with everyone. So in student government, we claim to promote diversity until that comes to diversity of thought. We claim to welcome different perspectives and opinions until it conflicts with our own. Members of the Senate and cabinet alike question the competence and qualifications of those who do not agree with them. It's almost funny that we expect students and other members of this university to respect student government when we don't have respect for each other. Returning members and new members of student government, I encourage you to reflect on this current environment. I know these two words have been uttered in this room before, but I feel they still ring true. So again, please do better. Thank you.
Senator McCready.
Okay, so I got two things to say. First, the student government volleyball team unfortunately had a devastating defeat in our first game due to the fact that we only had 4 members on the floor when there's supposed to be 6. I blame Speaker Weathers for that because he claims that rules is more important than volleyball. I'd have to disagree on that one. I think we lost like 25-10, and then we forfeited the second one out of dignity after I got the ball stuck in the basketball hoop. Yeah, volleyball is not my sport, but we looked great losing. Second thing is, I didn't really prepare a statement. I was planning on doing it, but then, my students kind of ran today, and next thing you know, I'm at student government. But really, I just want to say thanks. I know I really didn't, not one of those people that would speak a lot during government. I know I've heard some things about some individuals not really liking the fact that I watch basketball during student government sometimes, but Lugwood liked it sometimes.
Exposed.
Or the fact that I would walk in sometimes during debate eating something or pull out a whole pound of almonds like I did tonight. But I know I was sometimes funny and goofy, and I just wanted to lighten up the mood a little bit. This was a great year, and I'm not really good at this, goodbye stuff, but just thank you, because at this moment, the only thing that can come to my mind within student government was the fact, in December when we lost our farm, y'all were the first people to step up and help. And I am forever grateful. My family is forever grateful. And some individuals, I will never forget y'all. And I will never forget my time here. And I really, really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Senator Strickland.
Hello. Yeah, I'm done, so I figure I should give at least a little something. As someone who came in here with absolutely zero experience at the collegiate level of student government, it's been very interesting to see how it all has played out. I think some things that student government does are incredibly meaningful and very impactful for students. And I also think some things we do are very pedantic and quite frankly need a little bit of overhaul, but that's not something I'm here to do, nor am I smart enough to do so. So I'll just say thank you to everybody for all the experiences. I'm thankful to have done it. So go on and do great things in your lives. I know that y'all will, so thank you.
Senator Adagarla. Yes. Clap.
So I also didn't come with a formal statement, but I just wanted to say thank you all for a good year. I'm so grateful for all the friendships that I've made throughout this year, and just the experiences I've had are so amazing. Tom and Aliana also wanted to say thank you, and they're also grateful for the experiences that they had this year. And yeah, that's it.
Senator Claiborne. I wasn't looking at you.
No, you're fine. Obviously, I have 2 more years, so I'm not going to say bye. But I just wanted to say thank you for saying yes to my bill. 2 years of hard work. I have had administration say that this bill won't pass, this won't happen, and that kind of really put a damper on things, so to speak. I've cried multiple times about this bill, as in tonight too, but other times. But I just want to say thank you for student government, for helping me change the campus that we all love and adore, for the community that I also love and adore.
Senator Mahoney.
Wow, can I just say what fantastic debate we had tonight? I'm genuinely really impressed with how a lot of the eloquency that most of us spoke with tonight. And I'm super happy with how we conducted ourselves tonight. And so I want to pride everybody. I would encourage everyone to applaud themselves for that. That being said, I'll be here next year. I'm not here to say goodbye to you all, but I am here to acknowledge all of you in the room that are graduating, that are moving on in your leadership journeys. To those of you graduating, congratulations. I'm stupid enough to stick around for another year next year for my master's, but I'm excited to see what you guys do with your lives, and I hope we keep in touch. For those of you that are choosing not to return to student government next year, I'm excited to see what you do here with your leadership. Everybody in this room at some point and continues to show incredible leadership on this campus, and we really do matter. Our voices matter, and I'm so excited to see what this looks like next year, what student government looks like next year, what clubs, organizations, and just the campus looks like next year. There's a lot of great leaders in this room that are going to be around next year, and I'm excited to see that. Yeah, I don't mean to be too sappy. Thank you guys for everything. I came in kind of this year with a lot of my friend group having graduated. I took my year off, so a lot of my friend group graduated in last spring, so I kind of came in thinking, wow, I'm going to be really lonely this year, and I've really found a new group of friends in all of you. So thank you all for being so welcoming, and thank you all for hanging out with me all the time. And I know I spend a lot of time in the StuGov office, but it's because I enjoy a lot of your company. So thank you guys.
Senator Carter.
Good evening, Memorial Union guests. The Memorial Union will be closing in 10 minutes. Once again, the Memorial Union will be closing in 10 minutes. Thank you for visiting the Memorial Union.
All right, I'll make this quick. I don't actually know, as a graduate college senator, I don't actually know if this is my last meeting or not. I don't know how that works for, is it? Okay, sick. Okay. So one thing I want to say is, you know, it's kind of funny when you're a graduate assistant, most of your interactions with undergrads, they're your students. I would say that's like 95% of my interaction with undergraduates has been because they're my students. Working with all of you over these last 2 semesters has easily been the best part of the last 3 years that I've been at this university. Mostly just because it's given me a different perspective that I wouldn't have had otherwise. Being able to work alongside all of you and kind of be sort of a connecting point between graduate and undergraduate students has been important to me. And I know all of y'all are going to do rad as hell stuff after this. So thank you everyone for being awesome.
Senator Seth.
So I wasn't going to prepare a formal statement, but y'all made me emotional, so I'm going to talk anyway. This is my last Senate meeting, so yay, you don't have to deal with me anymore. Cool. But I'll be graduating in December, so unfortunately I'm not graduating in May, but my time's coming to a close as well in student government. And so this being my Senate meeting, I thought it would just be fitting to say that thank you all for a really great year. This body has done so much this year, and I'm really proud of all the work that we've done. We've funded some really great projects, and we've made some really good impacts on campus. And I'm just really appreciative of that fact. This is my 3rd year in student government. I started as an at-large in sustainability committee. Last year I was director of sustainability student government. Now I'm a senator, so I've had a variety of roles in this group. And while sometimes I think that maybe Senate's a little tedious and I get a little frustrated sometimes, I remember all of you, and I think that you're all awesome people, even if I don't always agree with what you have to say. I'm a little stubborn that way. My dad says I'm very stubborn. But really, in actuality, I respect all of you. I think you all are very intelligent and very compassionate people who really care about what you're doing, and I respect that. And to those of you who are graduating and moving on, best of luck in the future. Y'all are cool. You're going to do some really great things. And to those of you who are returning, or to those of you who are still going to be here next year and are not returning, I'm really excited to see what you'll do with the leadership positions and whatever it is you're going to do on campus in the coming year. So I just want to thank you all for great 3 years. Some of you haven't even been in school for that 3 years. Some of you are freshmen. They feel a little old. But again, I really appreciate all of you and having the opportunity to serve on this body with you and to do what we do. So thank you all.
All right. Mr. Money Man himself, Mason.
Thanks, y'all. Yeah, so I'm graduating too. Yeah, I was in Senate for 2 years before I was finance director. So I don't know, I really appreciate this body. Campanile Room feels like home to me. I got a few special shout outs. Of course, good debate. It was a really good debate, but yeah, it feels like not the point. All right, so I got a few special shout outs. First of all, Senator DeVore, we disagree on just about everything, but we always disagree on principle, and I really appreciate that. You've been a really fantastic contributor to Senate, and I don't know, I just really appreciate everything you put in. Second, Vice Speaker Advait, gee willikers, man, you hang out in the corner of the office. It's crazy. Man, you've put in so much work, and that does not get appreciated nearly enough. So then we got 4A or 3A. 3A is my committee as a whole. Geez, y'all put in a lot of work this semester. Thank you again for all the time you put in. That does not go unappreciated one bit. And then lastly, 3B and 4. 3B was Lydia, she left, but she does a lot of work behind the scenes. I won't belabor it since she's not here. And lastly, Max, my vice chair. I cannot say enough how much I appreciated the effort that you've put in behind the scenes. Max, for those of you who aren't on Finance Committee, coordinates all the bills, makes sure communication is going smoothly between treasurers and our committee, communicates all the amendments to the bills that are in the actual Senate drive from our Finance drive, and it is thankless work. So thank you so much, Max. Thank you all for an amazing year, and I'll be around the office for another few weeks at least for anyone who needs me.
The Memorial Union will be closing in 5 minutes. Thank you for visiting.
I don't have a lot, but when we're done and we adjourn, if everyone that's outgoing, graduating, not joining, come into the center, I would like to take a quick picture.
Thanks for everything. It's been really cool to see this side of Senate. Thanks for all the work you do. Cheers to what's next, whatever that may be in your chapter of life. I think my favorite thing was watching you all listen to students' needs, in turn express needs into projects and initiatives that really resonate with the student body. So good luck.
I just want to say a quick comment. We had cabinet meeting today for the last time, and I listed quotes. We kind of all did memorable quotes from the year, whether that was like in student government or not. And what I put was from Matthew McConaughey, and it said, "Everything looking back is a science, looking forward is a mystery." And I think that just sums up this past year. I've learned so much from each and every one of you. Each perspective you bring is super valuable to me, and I think I've just been very humbled by it. Everybody in here, and I just want to do a special shout out to thank you to Speaker Weathers and Vice Speaker Advait. You guys keep me held accountable, and I really appreciate that. You're so much smarter than I am, and I so appreciate the insight you offer and always being so helpful. So thank you so much for all your work this past year, and I've so enjoyed learning from both of you. And I could say a lot of things about Ludwig and Mason too, but you're also very sharp individuals, and I appreciate all the work you put in and your humor. You're both some of the funniest people I know too, so really appreciate that. I could go on and on about Julia, but I probably will wait for inauguration for that. But yeah, thanks for all your support. And next week, on a lighter note, I'm going to be joining Line Dancing Club. It starts at 6:30 on Wednesday night. You're all welcome to come unless you're coming back, whatever, that's fine. But if you want to join Line Dancing Club with me, feel free to do so. Anyway, Vice Speaker Advait.
Okay. I don't have a lot prepared to say, so this is entirely ad-libbed. But boy, has it been a wild ride these 3 years. Senate's been wild. There's been times when I got my way. There's times when I've looked around and I'm the only one holding my placard up in support of my motion. And there's been a lot of good and a lot of bad, but I think what I'm coming back to is this organization has fundamentally changed me. And for those of you that don't know me, didn't know me from freshman year, it's probably a good thing most of you don't. I have really, really changed. And most of the things you think about me as being Advait, I don't know where I would be without this organization. And it's mildly scary, but also I'm really, really glad I got to be here. And if I have one regret, it is not doing more sooner. And I guess just those of you coming back, you can do great things. Don't be like me. Don't hold yourself back. Believe in yourself. And on a greater note, we're all young. There's so much we can do, and we can change the world. I don't think we should lose sight of that. There's so much we can achieve. But what's really made this organization worth it for me is not Robert's rules or sitting in the corner of the office in the dark and scaring people that walk in and don't expect me to be there, or eating poke bowls and making, what it really comes down to is all the people I've run into, and I didn't expect this to be the case when I first joined, but I've really made some really deep friends and people that really mean a lot to me. And I'm going to run down in some quick personal. Jennifer Seth, we're different people. We really are. Somehow we struck up a really unlikely friendship, and I really appreciate you, Jennifer Seth. We don't agree on a lot of things, but I'm happy I met you, and I'm happy we're friends. Meredith, when I've been really impressed by you and how you joined SI committee and how you hit the ground running and how you haven't stopped ever since. You've now ended up in Senate, and I think the sky's the limit for you next year. I'm really happy to have you and really happy to know you. Ella, you always have a smile on your face, and you never fail to make me smile. I really enjoy running into you in the office and our little diatribes and our little fun things that we talk about. Andrews, the same thing goes for you. I'm really happy you're in Senate. You're incredibly intelligent. I am awed by how much you know and how much of a walking, talking dictionary you are. It's really impressive how intelligent you are. I'm really glad to know you as well. Speaker Weathers, we started off running against each other in the speaker race, and I'm really glad to. You've done a fantastic job, and I'm really glad to have you around. Devin DeVore, we disagree on everything, and I know sometimes people don't like the way you say things, but I appreciate the fact that you hold me accountable. I think, like Mason said, we disagree on principle, and I think you're not scared to say what you think, and that's impressive. Cody, you've been really nice to know as well. I know we started off in SI. All right, we're really going to run down here now. Jamie, ever since, again, the same thing as Meredith, you've really hit the ground running, and you've really, really taken this organization's mission to heart, and I'm really excited for you next year as well. Olivia, we always end up talking. I never know what we're going to talk about when I run into you in the office, and frankly, that is very fun. It's very unpredictable. It's a wild ride, and I'm here for it. Rachel Sneff, I'm really excited you are part of the engineering contingent, and you're coming back. You've put in a lot of work. You're great. I disagree with Mason on everything, but I really appreciate Mason. I'm glad I'll still be in a class with you until the end of the semester. Jacob Ludwig, I've made a deeper friend than I ever thought I would with Jacob Ludwig, and frankly, I'm going to take this opportunity to officially say we're now friends, not acquaintances anymore. You've made it officially. Congratulations. Megan, you've been a great chair. I don't know what we do without you. We're at the end of our timeline here, so I'm going to stop. But again, thank you so much. And I'll see you at inauguration. And if you're doing office hours, I will still be in the office. Y'all have a good night.
Okay, it's my last chance to say anything at this table, so I'm going to relish it. First and foremost, though, on a serious note, I do want to apologize for my utterly unbecoming behavior towards Finance Director Zastro. You are, in fact, a great man. That was just a goof. Megan mentioned a quote that was brought up during cabinet. I'd like to bring up a quote. So we have, "There will be no Punxsutawney Phil slander today. He provides an excellent service at very little cost," and that's Max Ruley. This is going to be a super cheesy segue, but like Punxsutawney Phil, all of you provide an excellent service to students at a very little cost. It's a pretty thankless job. The people up here get scholarships, but honestly, it wouldn't be enough. I mean, being the speaker can be honestly a pain in the ass sometimes. So the thing that keeps me doing it isn't the scholarship, it's the people involved in the organization. The work isn't worth sometimes. But the people that I work with and that I work for, the students, all of you, I genuinely do enjoy everybody in this room. I find you incredibly interesting, and I think, I mean, the people that I'm not like close friends with, I do value you as people, and I think you're going to be great leaders. Everybody in here has shown that. Finance Director Zastro is going to be great. Super cool guy, very dedicated. Got to hit both my roommates up, Jacob Ludwig. Very dedicated, obviously he ran for president, he's going to be around for a while. And God almighty, does Advait love this organization. Props to Advait, a very dedicated guy who deserves a lot of, can't get enough praise for what he does for student government. I have nothing else other than to say thank you all once more time. Go Cyclones, move to adjourn.
Seeing no objections, this meeting is adjourned.